Good evening, one and all. I'm here with my pals Curtis Ackerman and Sean Scavarna. We're going off book, off script, off world because Matthew the Dooch is not here tonight, and we're not doing an official first episode, but we're here just hanging out because we just all wanted to hang out and talk nerdy with each other, or
the Dooch,
whatever your preference.
Cha-cha-cha.
Are we live right now?
Yes, we are live.
Do people know that we're on?
I don't know. I made posts.
Oh, okay. All right.
I shared too, so
Okay.
we'll see what happens.
I mean, worst case scenario, we get to talk to each other face to face for a little bit.
Cool.
Yeah. New channel and all that. New show.
Mm-hmm.
Similar faces. Hello. Kurtz has got some new lighting going on. Sean's got a little perch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I get tired of leaning forward and feeling like I'm pulling the 80s. I got the chair backwards just to relax.
Oh, is that what it is? All
right. I was singing to Jesse before we went live too. By the way, Sean, you missed it.
I missed the singing. Come on.
Yeah. Instead of Jesse's girl, it's Jesse's show. Jesse's got a show, and I want to make it mine. So
the inevitable. It's Jesse's show by the inevitable.
Yeah. So what you
Number
guys been
one
up to?
with a bullet, inevitably.
What you guys been doing?
That's my stapler.
Yeah.
I was told I was allowed to listen to my radio between the hours of 9 and 12. I listened to it at a reasonable volume.
I haven't seen that movie in ages, but that still makes me laugh no matter what.
It's good stuff.
Set the building on fire.
Yeah. Burn the whole place down. I asked for no salt. No salt.
No salt.
Oh man. It's been a week, just working mostly for me, listening to my Critical Role podcast, keeping me entertained at work. Did a couple customs this week.
I was in leadership training this week.
Oh,
it was something. It was something. If people that I work with happen to listen to this, I loved it. It was awesome.
Subtitled "Go to Hell."
No, it was actually very good. It's just one of those where, like, you're sitting in meetings and you're learning about things about yourself that you need to work on, kind of thing. And so then by the end of it, like, your brain is just fried. Like, I had to take Advil because my brain just hurt, and like, you go into it thinking things are going pretty good, and then you walk out like, man, I suck. I gotta do all these things different now. So, but anyway.
Was that all week or just the last couple days?
It was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so it was majority of the week. So, and next week I got to do some traveling for work. So today I went to Dave and Buster's with my wife, and we had a little impromptu Dave and Buster date.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. I've been in the presence of Dave and Buster's, but I've never walked through the doors.
Oh, really?
I was just at one last week, and we had Evie's birthday party there for her 11th birthday. 10, I guess it was her and 9 friends, so basically 10 girls just running rampant in that place, playing video games. And 11. Isn't that crazy?
Nice.
That's not processing. I mean,
he came back to the area the year before she was born. So that's 12 years of you being back in the area, on top of the fact that 11 years ago I became a father. So there you go. Yeah.
Oh, man, that's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It is long, but not long enough, because like, I'm ready to get mine out of the house. And if they were still 11, I'd be like, man.
I got in the
my
game
youngest
really
ones are
late.
about to turn 17, and I'm like, just move away.
See, that's the thing. My youngest is 6, and I'm just
Oh boy.
like see what made me laugh years ago, a buddy of mine from high school, he and his girlfriend, who both met in high school, and they became a couple in high school. They had a kid together while in high school. Like, she got pregnant in high school. I don't remember if she had the baby in high school or if after they graduated the baby arrived, but they got through all that, and it was 20 years later. And then he posts on Facebook around the same time, like it was like maybe a year or two after my daughter was born. And he's like, "Well, here's the big surprise. I'm going to be a dad again." I just started laughing so hard, going, "You got to the finish line. She literally just graduated high school, and you're going all the way through that again."
Yeah, you don't want to start over.
My dad started late. He only had me, and that was the only kid he had, and he was 55. And there were days where I'm like, this is why he didn't like talking to me. I completely get it now. Like, this is why he gave me so much garbage, because there's days where I'm like, my dad and I were never close. I'm like, I get it now. Like, once you hit a certain age as a man, you're like, I can't handle the kids stuff. I just want them to be on a level where I can rationally explain something to them and have them go, okay, and that's the end of the conversation. But then I realized I don't think that's ever happened to me as an adult with my mother either. Like, my mom's always had conversations with me. I'm usually like, I don't like that version of it. I'm going to do this. And then it usually leads to trouble. So, yeah. But anyway.
My computer is freaking out on me here.
What's it doing?
I don't know. I can't see my internet anymore.
Is it going full Skynet on you?
No, I was trying to pull up a page to bring into Share Later, and I don't even see anything now. Like, I can't even end the program.
Well,
we're going to go forever.
We still don't have anybody watching. Are you sure that we're actually like on somewhere?
I don't know.
Which channel are we supposed to be on?
We're on the OffWORLD channel, or Let's Go OffWORLD on YouTube.
Yeah, it does show us on there. It's just nobody likes us. That's cool. Hey, that's fine. It's just us hanging out, which is fine.
Well, I might have to restart this.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on here. If I lose it, guys, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourselves.
I did the freeze screen. Yeah, like I will every now and then I'll irritate my kids because I'll just go into their room with a tape measure and just start like measuring walls and shit. Like, what are you doing? Just preparing for you to move out. Just what my new toy room is gonna look like.
the thing that I do to my daughter that she will come up to me, and I call it her angry squirrel face. She'll go, ah! And then she starts like pounding on my chest. It's like every now and then, if she makes me upset, or if I just get to the point of like, I'm so tired of money always going out the door and we never can hold on to it half the time, I just go, rent. And I'm like the dude in Spider-Man 2, where's my rent, and all that. And she's like, I'm 11, I don't have a job, figure it out. I just keep pulling that, and she is so tired of me doing it, but it amuses me. Something.
We got
it's the Clone Saga.
There, is that better? Am I back to one?
You're back to one.
Okay.
I think Brian
we had
McKnight
two
would
of you
be
there for a
proud.
second.
Good grief.
Yeah.
We had double Jesse.
What a nightmare.
Not double Jeopardy, double Jesse.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a type of double Jeopardy, I guess. Oh, why is this being so dumb?
I don't know.
There were two Jessies and not enough fuzz mugs to go around.
Do you guys want me to grab my leadership book and tell you some of the things that I have to work on? Might make for some good YouTubing.
I mean, isn't that like insider training?
Nah, because it's my own personal stuff that I've got to work on.
Oh, you didn't hear me correctly.
Insider training, like we go, gotcha.
Sorry.
You're
I
going to be
can't
surprised to
help it.
hear this, Jesse, but one of the things is that I'm what's known as a dominant leader. I'm somebody that doesn't shut up sometimes.
No.
Yeah. So what I learned is that sometimes I need to just shut the fuck up, let other people talk, and just kind of sit back a little bit. So,
Well, you can talk now because I'm trying to post something. So keep going.
okay. So be just normal me right now.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I'm glad we don't have those where I work. Oh my god.
All right. Toy purchases.
There we go.
Okay.
All
I
right.
made some purchases this week.
Oh, we got 2 people watching. At least
No.
it says we are. One of those might be me because I pulled up the channel a second ago, but I didn't go to the show.
So we've got one person watching us.
Oh, excuse me.
As you're burping, yeah.
Wait, I think the other person might be me because I went into it first.
Oh my god. The most
Yes, it is.
narcissistic
So never mind, I
podcast there is.
No, we do have somebody.
Sean's got a fan.
There you go. That's probably the most surprising thing of the whole show.
Oh,
hey.
man, that's mean. Is this like a leadership class for like dictatorship?
Emphasis on the dick.
I was just gonna say emphasis on the dick. Thank you.
Yeah.
So is that? So how many potatoes are involved?
It's a lot. So I bought some figures this week.
Okay.
None of them were Cosmic Legion. I have waited. I'm still waiting on my order. I got a better idea on Wednesday with Jeremy's show, but still need to figure out how many I need. But ordered the Ramen Toys Monstar.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm excited to get that in and see what it looks like. I ordered I got 2 Mezcos coming. I got the Mezco Batman coming from Greg, the formerly Brute Scale. I also have a Mezco Wolverine coming in. And I ordered the Mafex Cyclops.
Oh, okay.
So I'm kind of putting together my own Jim Lee version of the X-Men with a mix of Mezco and Mafex. So I'm kind of picking out each character, the figure that I like the best from which of the lines, and then putting them in there. So
okay.
That's cool.
Okay.
So I got right now I've got Mezco Wolverine, Mafex Cyclops, Mafex Gambit, and then the Mezco Bishop so far. So, and I did pre-order the Mafex Storm, which looks phenomenal. I don't know if you've seen that one. She's not out yet, but
Oh yeah.
oh man, it's pretty freaking awesome. So, hey, it's the Dooch.
Where's the Jew? What?
He's in the chat.
I love how he
Gavarna
acts
and the
surprised.
Gavarna and the Dooch.
Wait, no, that's not right.
Other
What was
than
that?
that,
I don't know what that was.
just
Winnie the Pooh.
Oh yeah, that was right.
yeah.
Is this is the Storm?
Yes. Oh, so good.
Very cool.
I'm trying to bring it. Where did I am having such technical difficulties.
They've got
tonight.
a Jean Grey too. I was never a Jean Grey fan though. I don't know.
The weird thing was that era, I didn't like. I never liked her outfit because, like, when they first introduced her in X-Men #1, it depending how they colored it, I could have swore she was naked except for blue lines, and that was it. And I'm like, how do the pouches work on the side of her legs? And it was like mind-boggling to me. But I never liked that outfit. That was one of the misses of that that version. Because like right before that, she was in the really cool X Factor suit, and I always thought that was a good look on her, and I thought that was a good look for all of those characters. But yeah, like I didn't mind the like military-esque Cyclops back then, but Jean just that was a dud for me.
I didn't get the whole like Wolverine and Jean thing. I'm like, you got Rogue there, you got Storm there. Why Jean? Like I don't know. I didn't get it.
There was a classic X-Men. There was a backstory where it had it was after they got all the X-Men back home from the Giant Size X-Men story, and he's out in the back of the mansion, and she's out there trying to have some alone time. He shows up with a couple bottles of beer, and he's like, "Hey, Red, how's it going?" and all that stuff. And Angel shows up, and Angel and Wolverine start fighting because Angel doesn't trust Wolverine based on his personality and all that other stuff. And Jean breaks up the fight, and at the end of the day, Jean stays with him, and it starts raining and all this. And he's like, why don't you turn away from me? I'm a monster, and she doesn't. So that was I think intentionally told us this is part of why he likes her, because at the end of the day, she sees him as a human, not as an animal. Gotcha. And so I think that was it. But if you didn't read that story, I could see completely why you feel that way, because it is it's a redhead thing. I just didn't get it. It felt to me like everything that she does, Professor X can do. So why do I need her on the team? I just felt like she was unnecessary, and that's even more so than Jubilee. So that's really saying something. I'm just
Oh, that's harsh.
I think the one time where I was like, wow, Jubilee was actually important was the Shi'ar deal where the Skrulls took over. And it was during the Jim Lee run, but they were all in the blue and yellow outfits, so they had the unified team look. And she was the one that managed to use her powers to break Wolverine out of the tentacles, because all of the tentacles were each of them couldn't use their powers to get out of that, but if you use the other powers against them, they could. And she just shot a couple fireworks in his way, and it ripped the one tentacle off, so Logan could actually go in there and start fighting Deathbird. And I was like, hey, useful. But that was the last time I remember that, and that was 1991. So
yeah,
they've done some really cool stuff with Jubilee. Like when Brian Wood took over the series, I think in 2011 or 12, and it was the all-female team. He really started to develop her character and give her more personality, and not just the angsty teen attitude and stuff. So I think it just depends on who's writing the characters that you get a good mix out of. Because despite me not liking Gambit and Rogue being a couple, Gambit can be written well. Most people go for the cheap, easy way to go do with him. So
I like the cheap, easy way.
Of course you do.
I like the cheap, easy, thick Cajun accent. Just
I like the accent.
I will agree that I don't necessarily like him and Rogue together. I like him flirting with Rogue, but I don't necessarily want him to be a couple. I want him to flirt with everybody. I want him to be just the player.
Let him be the player.
Yeah.
When you and I were reading a lot of this stuff back in the day, Jesse, I remember my fan casting for that was I wanted to see Psylocke and him hooking up, because Psylocke had the assassin vibe, and that would have actually worked with the fact that the Thieves Guild and the Assassin Guild, and it would have been hey, she kind of reminds me of somebody, but instead they went with the Southern Belle thing.
All that Thieves Guild stuff, I loved it.
It was convoluted at times, but it was cool to go, okay, at least here's a baseline of what the guy's about, and it doesn't diverge so much. With Wolverine, it worked better not knowing who he was.
Yeah.
And the movies basically sped that process up, because suddenly the movies were well, now we're starting to get into the Weapon X thing. Well, what's that about? And then Marvel's well, we're gonna tell that, because we got to figure that out before the movies do, or else the movies are dictating what we're putting in the books.
And the whole thing with Jean was 100% a redhead thing. At least that's what Origin told us.
Yeah.
They just stole the basic idea of Secret Garden, added some weird Canadian soap opera to it, and had a 6-issue story about how Wolverine didn't meet Sabretooth.
Yeah. The reason I think I like the Thieves Guild is because within that X-Men franchise, you've got these really good guys that are fighting for mutant rights and all this kind of stuff, but at the same time taking care of humans. And then you've got these really bad guys. And then you got this Thieves Guild that's kind of just we're just taking care of ourselves. like if you just gave a random person powers, there's going to be some people that use it for good, some people that use it for bad. There's going to be some people that just use it for themselves, just steal and just, and that's kind of what I got from that. So yeah, any kind of thing like that, or mercenaries. I love any kind of mercenaries within the storylines. Because like I'm not really good, I'm not really bad. I'm just whoever's paying me the most.
Well, they're a little more than mercenaries. I think they were flat out villains, but I love
they are. But yeah, I was saying.
Well, no.
Yeah.
The one of my favorite images is when Sean got me into this stuff was, I think it was X-Men 281 when it's the Reavers in the Outback.
Yep.
And the Sentinels come like ripping the roof off, and they're like just that pose of them like looking up as the Sentinels are ripping the roof off.
I love that 2-page spread of that was amazing. Will Spertazzi, man.
So and that's where this whole the middle, these fingers being merged together.
That was his typical, like he'd always do this, and then he'd usually have their mouths open so wide that you'd be like, okay, so everybody's got like they're like pythons or something. They can just unhinge their jaw while they're doing it. It's like I love it. I grew up on it. I loved it. His art was so dynamic and detailed. I mean, like not the first issue of Gambit, but the second one, where it's him and Storm when Storm's still like a like 11-year-old or 10 years old or whatever.
Yeah.
And like he's looking out for her and they're training together. That was one of my absolute favorite issues of anything Gambit related, because the way they drew him in there was exactly the way I hoped to see him. And then as they polished the look of him in further issues, he lost some of that edge. But that was like, he looked so mysterious. He had that vibe about him, like he's dangerous. And it's like, do you really want young Storm to even be like with him? Not from a bad perspective of like, oh, he's going to sexually do something, but just this guy's teaching her everything wrong that he knows. And it's that, the bad uncle thing, like Miles and his uncle.
Guy, yeah.
Yeah, it's that whole like, oh great, so he's going to teach her everything. We have to undo everything that he did because he was the cool uncle at that point.
Well, I mean, she was already a thief as a kid before
That's true.
Found her, so maybe she taught him a couple things.
It's possible as well. So,
what was the one when we had? I think it was when we had Cornboy on our show, and he was talking about. Was it Wolverine in the X-Men? That's the
animated
cartoon
that he liked. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the one that I started watching, and there were a couple episodes with Gambit in it, and it was so good. Like Gambit was just a like dirty dude. Like he was just like he didn't care. He didn't pick sides. Like it was Gambit #1. He didn't care about anybody else. It was. And I just kind of liked that vibe. Like, I don't know.
See,
I liked it.
That's the thing that I thought was cool about him when I first was introduced to him, because like I've told Jesse this story a few times. I don't know if I said it on our show or not, but at the back of X-Force #1, there was in the letters page, there was this horizontal ad. And it had Cyclops dead center doing like, he's standing there with his arms crossed, looking really stern. Wolverine's on one side. Rogue was on the other. Psylocke was there. Jubilee, Beast, and then Gambit. And I had no idea who that guy was. And I'm like, I don't know this guy's name. Because I literally, like within that month, I started getting back into comics. And I'm like, who is this guy? Because if it said X-Men #1 coming in July or whatever. And I remember going like, if that's the only X books that I'm getting, I need to know who this is, because I'm not going for any of these characters. Like I was okay with Rogue. I liked Psylocke, but I'm like, I need a guy. And then I'm like, well, Gambit will be my guy for the fact that I don't know who he is. And that's kind of cool that I get to learn about this guy. So then I ended up liking him based on that and the mystery of him. And then it was the Marvel Universe cards. When those came out, he was one of the first cards I got, and I'm like, his name's Gambit. I'm like, okay, and I would read about it on the back of the card, like, still like him. I don't need to like Wolverine. I'm happy because Wolverine was like, it was like liking Michelangelo. If you like Ninja Turtles, like everybody liked that character. It was driving me crazy. And it's like, no, I will not like Wolverine. I like him better as Hugh Jackman, even though he's not like visually Wolverine to me, like at least from a height standpoint. But it's like in the comics, I was like, eh. But the thing I liked about him when I learned about him, though, was yes, he was very much selfish at times. But when you put him in situations where others were relying on him to do the right thing, he would do it, but he'd do it in his own way. And I love that about him because, like,
Yeah.
I loved in that same thing I was saying about like the Shi'ar got taken over by the Skrulls, and he had to fight Gladiator by himself. This is one of my absolute favorite Gambit moments. I love that where he like picks up the pack of cards because Gladiator has him on the ropes. He's like, I see what I do every time I throw one card at somebody, but here's what happens when I do the whole deck. And he just flicks all of them at him, and Gladiator gets thrown across the room. And I'm like, yeah.
Hits him with the
so
52 card
cool.
shuffle.
Yeah,
it's
52 card pickup.
In such a Jim Lee fashion, he made flinging this deck of cards look like the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like 12-year-old me was in the comic store going, yes.
I saw that. I saw him do that. No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't there
well,
that day.
I've probably done it a couple times in your presence without you knowing, or without knowing I did it accidentally.
My favorite Gambit moment within comics was just those. They had that 4-issue miniseries, and they had like the foil cover. Remember, like when they would do all these variant covers, and like that, and then they started doing like the embossed like,
ones,
foiled ones. So like it would stick out, and like you could just feel like not only can you see the art now, but you could feel the art.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, this is so cool.
The Gambit on the cover, touch me. You know you want to.
In a special way.
Touch me in the special way, Curtis. Come on.
It's the Tickle Me Gambit special edition.
Tickle me.
I watched just that. I don't know how to respond to that.
When you tickle him, eventually he yells gumbo, and that's the end of it. He doesn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, good stuff. I think that's where, like, when I finally got out of comics, it was because the variants just got to be too much. Like there were certain comics that I was collecting where, an issue would come out and there'd be like 5 or 6 variants, and it's like, I'm buying 5 or 6 issues of the same thing every week. It's like, it's too much.
It's worse now, I think, in as far as the number of variants, but because it's not all on the one distributor, like there's so many of them are variants to specific stores, or it's a 1 in 25 or 1 in 50. Because like almost every week, every DC book has at least 2 or 3 covers that aren't even the special ones. And like there's like an online store, Unknown Comics, that always has like exclusive stuff that you can only get through them unless you get it secondary on eBay and stuff. And I think like Midtown Comics there's a lot of people that have their own variants, and it's like some guys come in, they're like, oh, can you get this one? And I'm like, what is it? And they're like, oh, it's an M&M cover with Spider-Man. I'm like, why do you want an M&M and Spider-Man cover? But it was like, I think it took me like a half hour to figure it out. You could only get it through the M&M website. And I don't mean like candy M&M. I'm talking the rapper M&M.
Right.
Wow.
And like, you could only get this specific cover through the M&M whatever website. And it was a limited thing. And he was asking for it the day it came out, and it had been sold out for weeks or months. It's just like, I felt bad, but it's like, yep, and people come into the comic shop all the time, like, oh, I'm looking for, this book. It just came out. I'm like, did it come out or did it get announced? Yeah, it was on the news or something. I'm like, they haven't even put it in previews yet. Like, they're like, oh, you work here. Why don't you know? I'm like, I was like, I don't know it's real until it's in the previews book. Because that means it's.
Here's what I want you to do, Jesse. Can you pull up another screen and look up something for me real quick?
Surely.
I want you to go to eBay, and I want you to look up Superman Batman 4 German. That is the most expensive variant I ever owned. It's no longer in my collection. I did sell it. because I needed the money, and I had a 9.8 graded version of that.
Was that
Oh, I
the
think it's the
Public Enemies run?
It was, but this is in. It's right after that where Supergirl gets introduced.
Oh,
before
and Michael
Darkseid.
Turner. Yeah, okay, the
Yes,
Michael Turner issues.
that. Yes.
I remember
So
that one.
currently, it is up for $4,500 or best offer.
Wow.
Yeah. Now that's not what I got it for, and that's not what I
That's
sold
just-
it for. I think I bought it for 300 when I got it, maybe 400, and I sold it for like 950. But I just had to have that cover. I'm like, it's Michael Turner. I love, first of all, Michael Turner is my favorite comic book artist. And then it's Supergirl, and she's just wrapped in Superman's cape, and that's it. I'm like, oh yeah,
there it is.
like that's yeah.
So
Jeez.
you're saying I should add this to my cart?
Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Is that US dollars?
That is US dollars. Yes.
I don't think anything I own is. I don't even think my car is worth that anymore.
Yeah, I think I sold it too early. I think I should have kept it a little longer, but that's all right.
Is it because it's the Michael Turner that it's that expensive? I mean, why?
It's super rare. It's a German comic, so it's all
Yeah.
written in German.
Yeah.
There was a very limited run. I don't know the number, but I know they're it's so limited that they wrote in marker the number on the back of the comic.
Oh, geez.
So I want to say that it's like double digit low. So
okay.
so it's super rare, and it's just like the art on the front is amazing. So but yeah, that his whole run, like anything Michael Turner did with Superman, I love it. I think his Superman is something about the way that he drew it. Like he had the arms just feel really long, and I don't know. I love the art. But anyway, I digress. That was my sold my comic too early story.
So you were talking about pickups and orders you got going. Sean, anything from you this week?
I got my All Stars.
Yeah, me too.
So got Romulus, Azar, Swig, and Boreas. They all came
Any
in.
that you were surprised that you liked more than you thought, or that you liked less than you thought you would?
Like I really wanted Azar because I had Zazar from previous All-Star Wave, and that one for me, it's like it felt good to have him, but compared to like Romulus, who was one that I'd been eyeing up for quite a while too. And honestly, I'm not a Goblin guy, but Swig really won me over. His overall look, just I love it. I love that distinctive face, and yeah, I mean, I'm always like I never have the money to do an all-in ever, so I pick and choose. But usually, I try to pick the ones that really speak to me. And when I was doing it, I'm like, I'm actually getting a Goblin. That's pretty crazy. And then when I got him, I'm like, no regrets. That's actually one of my favorites. I'm pretty happy with him. So.
That Romulus, like I already had a Romulus, but the All-Star version that just came out is a little bit different. The torso on it is a little bit more glossy, and it's got a really cool look to it. Like as soon as because I got an all in, and when mine came, I'm like, man, I may want to put this All-Star version in my DTOF and take that one out to use for like customs or something, because it's really cool. So if you've only got one version and you got that All-Star one, you actually got, in my opinion, you got the better one. I think that All-Star version looks nice.
That's the thing that I love about it. And like with Legion's class and some of this stuff, I mean, anybody new to the line, I know you can go on eBay and check out eBay and go crazy. And you can find all these figures and see all these old ones that Wave 1 figures or whatever. But I am one of those people now where I'm just like, just be patient about this, because yes, you might love that figure. If it isn't released in an All-Stars wave yet, wait, because
because you got yours for 37. I paid 300 for mine.
Well, there's that, and then on top of it, I know there's people that have said, the paint apps have gotten better on the All Stars now that the factory is so used to working with the Horsemen. Then now when you get these All Stars, they're cleaner lines on them. Like I know with Sir Owain, there were people that were comparing the original release versus the new, and they're like, "Oh my god, look how clean these lines are on the arm." Or the other one, it wasn't horrible, but it was definitely a little less precise. So
we lost Jesse. We got him back. I think another thing with this wave in particular, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but definitely the all-in set that I got, the joints are really tight. Like they are they're so good. Like even on the 2.0s, like usually the 2.0s, I have a little bit of wiggle in the hips, even in the ankles a little bit. But even the what is it, the Okiatos, the web store one, and then the Lady Averona, like they're both 2.0s, and the Swig are 2.0s, and they are super tight, and you can pose them, and they don't fall over. And so you're right. I think as we go along, even if it's an all-star version of a character we've already got in the past, the newer version tends to be better than the old version. So yeah, good point.
Absolutely.
Moving forward. What about you, Jesse? What were your thoughts on the ones that you got?
The only one I don't have is Okiatos, and I liked all of them. I was thinking Boreas and Dubon would be my favorites, and they were. And it's not just because there's a his flock, but like I like the story behind them. I really like the colors on those two, but they're all really great. Of course, the Silurian guards are awesome. Which other ones? Yeah, Swig is great. I do like Romulus. What's up, Thanos? What's up, Eldor? Yeah. I'm going to bring up something here real quick. This made me really appreciate the Romulus even more. If I can not kick myself out of the show again.
I've got like a $15 cape for Romulus that I got from Max Bird that really makes it look even cooler. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. I've seen this.
Jeremy Wilson. That's nice.
Yeah.
I really like that's such a different looking head, I think, for a mythic. It's got a more modern sensibility to the styling of it, but for that helmet and everything, I might have to get one of these. I mean, it's $10, $14 shipped. Like,
yeah,
that's a really cool looking head. So I might have to get one of those for him.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I like the helmet on it better. Like even my Deltagar, I like it better with the helmet version rather than the, whatever that dude's name is, the Delton Grassmeyer or whatever the heck his name is. I prefer the helmeted head because I like that Spartan-esque look to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is definitely a cool head from Jeremy Wilson for sure. So awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I haven't opened up one of the horses yet. I got 3. I traded 2 of them away to Joe Gonzalez. And I've got the 3rd one here, but I haven't opened it up yet. That's the only figure in the wave that I haven't opened up. So
I mean, if you've opened the horse, like as far as like the articulation and everything, it's the same as all the other horses. I just really love the color. Like,
yeah, the paint job looks great in the box. I mean, just looking at it, it looks nice.
I've got them up on a shelf over here. Dubon's on there with nope, I'm not going to remember it. I'm not going to butcher it tonight. The Falcon's name.
The Boreas has the bigger, like bottom of the hooves. It's kind of like
he's got like the Clydesdale hooves. Yeah,
like Athon.
Yep,
gotcha.
And he's got the same kind of halter or whatever that is on Athon, where it's got like the broader collar piece, but it's got like the fur around it, but it's got a different sigil in the middle.
Like the horse, like as a horse, he just looked bulkier. Like I know it's the same buck, but yeah, I did think it looked cool in the box. I just have not opened it up yet because I don't know where I'm going to put it because I got too many freaking horses.
Well, quick shout out. Looks like Thanos is here. Eldor, Ostradamus has jumped in. Welcome, fellas. Thanks for joining.
Cool.
Oh, that's right. Oz has been on break all week. That's
Yeah.
And he's on vacation.
Yeah.
So thanks
Your
for
show
stopping
was
by.
the last one last week, and then he's like, "I'm done. I'm out. I'm out."
So did you guys place a cosmic order yet? Or do you know what you want to do yet?
I know what I want to do. I probably will be picking them up from a local guy
Gotcha.
next year when they come in.
Gotcha.
Which I'm going to say, it's Uncle Bob's Vintage Toys in Carlisle. He's a really cool guy. I got to meet him in person last Saturday, along with a couple other Cabal members. And he's got a cool little shop inside the Carlisle Antique Mall.
I'm guessing that's Pennsylvania.
It's in, yeah. It's like 15 minutes down the road for me. It's really quick to get to. Well, maybe a little more than 15. But really friendly guy, really nice. But he's got tons of other vintage stuff. But he's an official retailer for Horsemen, so whatever I don't pre-order with them, I'll get through him or my buddy Sven on the eastern side of PA.
Has he got other modern stuff too, like Mafex, Mezco, Marvel Legends?
He's got some of the Marvel, but most of the others, like I think the Mythics are the only ones he gets new, like retailer wise. The rest of it, it's in an antique mall, so there's like all the little stalls. So he's got lots of really cool stuff. He's got like lunch boxes, the old like McDonald's and Hardee's like glasses from the 70s and 80s with like the cool Smurfs and McDonald's stuff on it. Cool. He's a cool little shop, and he does a lot of the local-ish toy shows around the area all year. So
you remember, speaking of those McDonald's ones, you remember I think it was Batman Forever, that's the one with Jim Carrey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I try not to think about those two.
They did those glasses that they were like, embossed. They like stuck out, and they were like 3D glasses that had all the characters on it. Had like Robin, Batman, Two-Face, and Riddler. That's a sweet set.
So we learned one of Curtis's favorite things: if you emboss anything, he's all about it. Just some people need the translucent figures. Okay. No, if it's an embossed figure.
You want to hear? Okay, now we're getting into real serious business. Since it's just the three of us and nobody's really watching this.
Nope, no one at all.
Not only do I like the embossed 3D versions of stuff, but for some reason, I've got to rub the embossed part across my lips. Like I've got to feel it. Like I'll take, like if I had one of those comics, like
I love it.
I have to go like this, and I have to feel it, and I'm not kissing it. I'm not making out with it or anything, but I've got to feel it with my lips. So if I ever get something that's like 3D, kind of like that sticking out, like I have to feel it.
I can't not hear Kate Winslet go, rub your lips across me like you would those French ladies. It's like, but instead of I'm seeing Gambit though, because you said the Gambit box cover, I'm just like, what did you do to those poor comics? Holy shit, that's horrible.
Sometimes I'll see things and I'll feel it with my fingers, and I'm like, as sensitive as your fingers are, your lips are more sensitive than your fingers. You know what I'm saying? So like if it feels cool to your fingers, it feels even better across your lips.
I can just hear mwah, mwah. There's like this weird liquid sound, and then it's just like Curtis is just like giggling to himself.
Sometimes you'll see in a movie where somebody's blind and they like touch your face.
Yeah.
I would be rubbing my lips on people's faces. Like
he's not trying to he wants to get your details. You're embossed, All
right. I've opened up to you guys tonight. So there you go.
That's the second time I almost blacked out from laughing today.
If you get any kind of embossed things, just send them my way.
I'll do video openings. I think there should be a Patreon episode where he does this.
That's what it is.
Oh, Super goodness. Chat money for 5 years.
I've honestly never told anybody that before.
So. Well, now the world.
My wife is sitting across the room learning this for the first time. So.
Now it's just going to be a thing. Now you're just going to embrace it, and you're going to be doing it. But you're going to be in the store, man. This paperback book looks really nice, and just.
I've done it with action figures before too. But that's different. I was Master Versal. I was lip reading. That's it. Always good for a good rim shot. Oh. So what you guys been up to?
Not that. Oh man. Okay. I'll throw one out there because I know Curtis loves Gambit and I'm cool with Gambit and stuff. So they've been talking about a movie and that hasn't gone anywhere. And Channing Tatum was going to play him, right? Mm-hmm. There was one weekend where I was just sitting around with Jesse at his place, and I was like, I think I figured out who I.
My name is Jeff.
and I'm like, I think I figured out who should play Gambit, but he's too old now, and it pissed me off when I figured that out too.
Who's that?
So the guy that I wish, if I had fan casting, dream ultimate casting of Gambit, Timothy Oliphant.
Explain as you would a child.
Transformers, the first Transformers movie. He was the leader of the military team.
No, that's what's his name from Jupiter's Legacy. I can't think of his name.
I always get those two mixed up.
Timothy Oliphant was the sheriff of the town in Mandalorian that he had Boba Fett's armor.
He was Cobb Vanth.
Oh, Cobb Vanth. Thank you. I could not remember the name. If he was younger, I think he would have been a really freaking cool Gambit.
I could see that.
He's got that lanky thing going on.
I see it enough that I'm upset that he's too old, but you know,
he's out. Like if they started it now, it's like I want to see somebody who's in his late 20s playing him. He's got to be in at least his 50s right now. So it's like that's got that Robert Downey Jr. vibe. You know, it's like he's got a certain amount of time and then he'd be out. Versus, like here's somebody that's in their, mid to late 20s and could probably do it for at least, like 15 plus years, maybe.
Oh, Oz, are you talking about Curtis lipping stuff in public or Timothy Oliphant?
Anyway, that was just one that I had, and I'm like, that would be really cool because there was one weekend where I was over there and we were like spitballing who would be good as this, who would be good as that, or whatever. And he's one that I'm still clinging to as like. I think he would be pretty freaking cool as Gambit.
So you guys are saying you've never felt anything with your lips?
I felt things with my lips, but I'm not going to talk about what
you get a water bottle like this, right? And it's got like little ridges on it. You don't ever.
It's not a compulsion.
No. Okay. The one thing.
Okay, no. All right, I'll do you one to make you feel better. I have the blanket that has like that silk.
Yep.
Across the top that's got like the plastic, like almost fishing line stitching in it. Like those, like I pick at that, like at the edges. And when I was a kid, I did rub it across my face here.
Okay.
But
I mean, it's something.
I mean, trust me, I will embarrass myself and tell you all sorts.
I'm not completely on an island by myself now.
I mean, I'm offshore in like a paddle boat, I think. But
I can at least see you.
I will definitely embarrass myself, but like I can't. Anything I think to try to embarrass myself on the spot isn't funny. It's more better. There we go. When it just happens naturally, like the digital applause of warmth or whatever it was I said last.
I can't think of anything that I would put on my face, but one of the things that I do, and this is my little. I don't know what you call it, OCD thing or whatever. The circular disc middle of Cyclone that had the radar stuff, and it was the lenticular sticker. I would always have to rub my thumbnail across that and get that noise going. And my kids are like that too. And they did that before I even showed them I did it. So it's got to be something in the DNA that anytime I see a lenticular sticker, the first thing I do is like, and then I'm like, I feel better now.
How'd you do with
But
corduroys in the 90s when they made a comeback?
I never
Oh,
wore
boy.
them in the 90s. I only wore them in the 80s for maybe like a couple years, and that was after a certain point. But those didn't do it. It's like it has to be my fingernails, and it has to be a lenticular sticker because of the plastic holding up to that kind of wear and tear with my finger going crazy.
Now I know why you don't work at the comic store anymore.
don't.
No, there were people DC a couple years ago, like every September they were doing like their new like 3D lenticular cover month. I don't know if you were getting any of that stuff, Chris, but like
I remember that happening.
and
Yeah.
it was like the first year of it, it was like a little square, and the next year was the full cover. And then people would be picking up, and people in the store, they'd like pick up their stack of comics, and they'd be like, no, like they wouldn't want to touch their comics because they'd be sliding around and it would freak them out.
I've never heard the word lenticular until tonight, so I learned something new, just so you guys know.
There you go.
And Joe, it's not like a weird thing, like not... Okay, so I got
it's when it's yours and you take it home, right? Is that what you're saying? Not just random stuff out in public.
So I got a story that Joe just reminded me of when I worked at Best Buy. Okay, and this is a long time ago. Like this is DVD players had just come out. That's what we're okay.
Wow.
We still have VHS on the shelves, so to buy. And we had this guy that would come in the store, and we would have to chase him off. And he was affectionately known as the Playboy Licker. And we had these like Playboy videos in Best Buy. They weren't like, it wasn't like hardcore porn or anything. It was like swimsuit type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe some barely nudity kind of stuff.
I call that hors d'oeuvres.
But he would go into the aisle. He would go into the aisle and he would take the videos and he would lick them.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And so we would have to kick him out. And like you would be checking somebody out, or you'd be at a register, you'd be at customer service, and over the radio you would hear, hey guys, Playboy Licker is back.
Playboy Licker.
And we would have to go chase him out.
It's like I'm picturing
what a time to come into the show, Duchess.
I'm picturing you guys. You have like squirt bottles behind the counter, like it's a cat, and you just keep squirting him until he gets out of the shop.
Well,
like,
and he rode a bike there too. Like he would ride a bike to Best Buy, set the bike outside, go in and just lick these videos.
There was when I used to work at the comic shop that Jesse works at. There was this one customer who would ride a bike in from Harrisburg. So he would ride a bike literally in a car ride. It would be, I'd say, close to like 20 minutes or even longer. So I have no idea how long it took him to get from Harrisburg to where we were. And he'd show up and he would just stand there for hours and want to talk to you about whatever. And it was one of those things where we couldn't kick him out, but we had to at least give him guidelines, because he would go in and talk to customers and talk about their purchases. And we're like, dude, you can't go up at TV people and tell them that what they're reading is stupid, or what you can't. That's their selections, but feel free to talk about whatever you like, and that's fine. But it was almost the same thing where there got to be a point where we're like, how do we get this guy to stop showing up? And I don't even remember. Like, I don't think we ever had a solution when I was working there. But it was like you were just this captive audience for this guy for 2 to 3 hours of your afternoon on a weekend, and you're like, great, there he is. Okay, I know what I'm in for. He does. Okay.
Yep. Thanos, just so you know, it wasn't on the overhead intercom. It was on the walkie-talkies that we have. So it would only be security, and then the managers in the store would have the walkies. So now, that being said, you could be talking to a customer and it would come through the walkie and they would hear what you were talking about. But it wasn't like they announced it over the loudspeaker. You know,
it would be awesome if they did that. Just go, hey, you quit licking the Playboys. And they'll be like, and then he runs for it. Or that would have been a good way to maybe get rid of him.
I discovered, this isn't as embarrassing for me as it was the guy in the store. So I lived in Missouri and Illinois for quite a while.
And you didn't even say hi.
I didn't know you then.
He was inevitable. How did you not know him then?
Well, that's why he's here now.
But I'm taking over Jesse's show.
Those Off-World boys gotta go.
There's a video store chain called Family Video. I don't know if we had them here in Pennsylvania, but Illinois and Missouri, they were out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And went to it a couple times in Missouri, went to it for a long time up in Illinois. I would stop by on my way home because they would do like the buy 2 get 3 free Blu-rays when they were like moving them down like a month and a half after they're about to clear out like the overstock for like the initial release and everything. I was in there and I got to know the manager, not like, I don't think I knew their first name, but we would always talk and whatever. And one day I'm in there looking at stuff, browsing, and this guy comes up to me. He's mumbling. He's like, "Hey, do you got a quarter?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." And he's like, "Yeah, I need a quarter." I was like, "All right, man." And I pull a quarter out, and the manager from the middle, like the front checkup, like right by the front doors, in the middle of the store, she's like, "Jesse, don't give him that quarter. Put that back in your pocket. He doesn't need that quarter. He's just gonna rent porn." And I was like, "What?" And the guy's like, "Why would you do me like that?" And he like starts like shouting at her. It was like a playful banter, but like he was all embarrassed, and he just kind of like shuffles off and leaves the store. And I was just like, what was he gonna rent? And she points to the corner, and I never knew there was like a corner to like the back room. That's
how you make the families for the video store to have the next generation.
Like I didn't realize it was like family video. I thought like, oh, wholesome. I didn't realize it was like everybody and creepy Uncle Marvin that we don't invite over to party.
Jesse's like, I saw the beads, but I didn't know there was something back behind.
No, it was like
I figured those were like the '60s movies.
No. It was like the movie Labyrinth. When she's like, "Oh, there's like a wall here," and she like steps back, and it was just the corner of the store for me. Like I thought it was like employees went back there or something.
Gotcha.
I mean, anyway.
I like that. Don't give him that quarter.
She just like outs him. Like I was in the middle of the store, and he just kind of came over and like, it's like, "Hey, why is this random person just like shuffling over and talking to me?" But then she's like, "He's just gonna rent porn. Don't give him the quarter."
You have no power over me. Power over me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, good times.
Goblin King.
There are definitely reasons this is an off-world. I'll say that much. I did not expect to have all the reveals tonight.
Well, like
off script, off rocker, off world.
Yeah, off our rockers.
Speaking of Labyrinth, what do you think about the Goblin King's pants?
I try not to.
You pro or con?
I mean, they're not for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's
you don't like them on him, or you wouldn't like them on you.
Both. Like they're not for me aesthetically. Like I would not wear them, but like those pants were not put into that movie for my enjoyment.
Whose enjoyment were they put in for?
David Bowie.
Somebody.
When he saw that later, he's just like, "Oh, my package was amazing that day." I was packing the heat.
It definitely did not leave much of the imagination, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, when you have a cod piece in, of course it doesn't.
Is that confirmed, Jesse?
I've heard people reference David Bowie's cod piece. I can't say I've like freeze framed it and like done
analysis.
I have not enhance, like all the TV shows tell you they do.
Yeah, see, exactly. If you're David Bowie, you can wear those.
You can get away with a lot of stuff if you're David Bowie.
Normal mortals me, it's like you wear those, and it's like, hey, there's an acorn in your pants. Oh shit, What the hell? Nobody needs me advertising anything. That's all I know.
I mean, I had a crush on Jennifer Connelly because of that movie, and I also wanted to be Ludo. Those two things don't intersect as like at the same time, but if there was like, man, that really. That really got you going.
No, just Curtis watching Labyrinth going, holy shit, David Bowie's pants are embossed. This is the best day
I
ever.
wonder what those pants feel like.
Oh, I missed the lips comment.
Did you see what was it? Career opportunities?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Jesse?
I know what you're talking about, but I did not see that.
Oh my gosh!
I've seen enough of the videos online to know what he's talking about.
That
I'm
is like
pro that movie for that reason.
Yeah, that is like probably early 20s Jennifer Connelly, like in a tank top, riding like one of those motorized like horses.
The
like,
horsies at the convenience,
coin operated,
Yes.
the coin operated
like
ones, yeah.
outside
and as a
hills.
teenage boy, let me tell you, that did it.
You really
That
like
did
those
it
motorized
right there.
horses, huh?
Yep.
Yes, I loved horses. No.
How many of those did you put your lips on?
Zero. Oh shoot. So anyway, OffWORLD.
Yeah.
We're living up to the name tonight, let me tell you.
Yeah. Matt's gonna be kicking himself for spending time with his family tonight.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, wait a minute. What did you guys talk about?
I could have been hanging out talking
I
about
missed this.
David
Matt's gonna
Bowie's
delete
codpiece
this.
and
Why
Curtis putting his
Curtis should
mouth
rub
on
his
stuff.
face on it.
Okay.
This is going to be the episode that airs once and then nobody ever sees it.
It's like all of a sudden it's gone tomorrow. Dude is just like, no, we're not talking about that on this show. No.
It's just going to be the three of us and like the 4 people that watched.
The cop haircut, he'll pull that on us and be like, nope, we're not talking about that. Cop haircut rules. That's all there is to it.
We got this going. Matt comes on, asks a question, and it's just like like crickets.
I tell you what, though, I can't make fun of his cop haircut right now because I'm trying to grow this out. Like I'm trying to by the time Legion's Con comes, I want the hair up top to be so long that I can pull it back like in a ponytail in the back. So right now at a very awkward stage where I got this like bouffant, stupid looking hair, it looks bad. So I can't say anything about Matt's haircut because mine looks terrible.
I mean, you kind of have like the Superman curl going on there, like
a little bit, but yeah, it's not good right now. It's an awkward stage of growth is where we're at. So
Duchess, there's no usual about this. This is where we don't have a plan. Usually OffWorld will be a little more focused on at least a topic or several per episode, but what?
Do you know what that is? You see one of
looks
these?
like a gigantic vegetable, so I don't
It's
like
a pea pod.
Yep, my kids have those.
Yeah, they're like these things. You pop out these things and you open them up, and they've got like little accessories for these babies. I got them for my wife. Like this one.
I'm watching Jesse's face and how further he's getting into what the hell am I watching?
Yeah, you open up the pea pod and then you take the peas out and then they crack open like those Easter eggs, the plastic Easter eggs. Yeah. But it comes in a pea pod.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I got some for my wife because I thought she'd like them.
Okay.
Oh my god, Curtis sees Braille nipples for the first time. Shit. They come like that. Holy god.
Yeah. Curtis goes blind and he has to learn how to use Braille, but he won't read Braille with his hands.
No.
He'll just use his mouth.
No,
because I don't read. I don't
Well,
I'm anti-reading, but I'll rub it against my lips.
Exactly. Well, if he goes blind, he's just gonna be like, Jesse, you have to read everything for me now.
True.
But he'll still, for his enjoyment, he'll put it across his lips and go, I think I got a word out of that one.
Thanos, this won't be the first nor the last time I'm sure you see that on this show.
You know how you had me watch that what's that movie, the Messenger, the Joan of Arc one? Right.
Well, I said I liked it, and you said
it was a good movie. I liked it. But the beginning of the movie, there's a lot of reading. I called one of my kids downstairs to read it.
Just put your mouth on the TV.
As it's scrolling, I call, like, typically I do this thing where I'll just yell upstairs. I'll go, some random kid, come here. And then like one of them will come racing downstairs. And I'll go, read this for me. They just have to read it to me.
Oh my gosh.
There it is.
So this is the episode where we really get to know all the little quirks of Curtis.
This is Curtis naked, episode 1.
Yeah, this is the Bear It All episode.
The Bear It All. Whoa.
So anyway.
Oh my god.
I don't. So Star Wars announced a bunch of stuff today.
Yeah, I've been watching that new show, Book of Bo-Katan. It's been good. It's been really good. Seriously, though, you guys are watching Mandalorian, I'm sure.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I just watched the latest one yesterday.
Thoughts so far?
Jesse, you want to go first?
I'm enjoying it. Like I'm what is that? That's not, I don't know what I'm doing with the screen. I'm enjoying it. I think it's a lot of fun. I think because it's episodic in the way they're doing it, I think they are trying to tell an overarching like movie type story with these other things to stretch it out. And so I'm okay with that. It's a little more obvious this season than it has been in previous ones, but I like the way it's building. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
I like it. I mean, the first season probably is still one of my favorites, but I like a lot of what they're doing. I mean, this past episode, for instance, it's not a spoiler necessarily, so I don't know if I should say spoilers, but I like that they're not forgetting some of the things that make Din Djarin, because like the whole point of this recent episode was he and Bo-Katan have to go after these droids that are basically they're attacking people malfunctioning on a peaceful planet, and they go into a bar that's like the cantina, except it's all droids. And I love that when they did that, he's flat out like he's ready to like disassemble all of them and just kill them and stuff because he still hates droids. And I know they carried that into even the beginning of the season with him getting R5D4 and all that stuff. But I was just like, I like that they played that up again because he doesn't get enough time around droids to remind you that as much. So,
yeah, I actually I was not a fan of the episode 1. I felt like episode 1 was just a whole lot of we're gonna go over here, then we're going over there, then we're gonna go over here. You know, it's just like nothing got accomplished. Episode 1.
Mm-hmm.
From episode 2 on, I think that this has been my favorite season. I think that they have found babysitters for Grogu enough that it allowed you to see the adults have some story, which is good. I like what they're doing with Bo-Katan and the other Mandalorians. I think where the story is going is really fun. I want to see where it ends up. And it's not just, Din Djarin versus the world.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really enjoying it. That said, I understand people's frustration with it. If you're tuning in to see him and see a show about him, and we've got, one episode with a doctor following him around for pretty much the whole episode, and then you're getting kind of the Bo-Katan show, I could see where you might be a little miffed, kind of feel like bait and switch. But to Jesse's point, they're trying to tell a story, and that story has other characters in it, and you have to develop the rest of that story along the way. So I will say some of the fight scenes, even though they've been like they're awesome to look at, I'm not feeling pulled into the fight scenes like last week when they were, had kind of the whole big Mandalorian attack and all that kind of thing. At one point I found myself scrolling on my phone and that's not something I would probably do in the past. So the fight
Mhm.
really pulling me in, but the overarching story and where they're going and how they're getting there has me more excited than I have been for past seasons. So
The Bo-Katan thing, I think, actually works for me this season because they did enough setting up of her character. Like, I never watched the animated stuff really. I dipped my toe into it for a little bit, but it never pulled me enough to want to keep going back to that. Well, but on this, like her wanting the dark saber and her feeling she's owed the dark saber and wanting to fight him for it and all that stuff, it's like that was already something that we knew at the end of last season. So the fact that they're following up on that, I'm like, that's actually kind of cool, because Din is not somebody who wants to be that in that position. He's very much like I just like having my place in the galaxy, you know. She's got all these, you know, delusions of grandeur and all. I'm supposed to be this and all that. But what got me actually was, it was last episode, I think, last week's, when the armorer does the whole, you know, take off your helmet to her, and I kept watching it going, is she gonna be like, gotcha, you're out?
yeah.
I loved how they
It was a
played it up.
trick.
I could have swore it was gonna be like, ah! You know?
Well, see, this is all one of the things that I've come to love about the way Dave Filoni tells stories. Like, when I first started watching Clone Wars in 2008, I went and saw the movie, like the premiere episodes when they did the movie release with a friend, and we both walked out of there and were kind of like, I won't speak for him, but for me, I was just like, this is not the Star Wars for me. Like, this is clearly geared towards a younger audience, and I'm okay with that. I'll just walk away from it and not watch it. Years later, I think it was the year before, like leading up to Force Awakens coming out, I'm like, I want to get excited for Star Wars again. So I started watching Clone Wars again, and it took a while, but I finally got into it. Like, I despised Ahsoka in the first couple seasons. Like, I was like, this character is so obnoxious and annoying, and she's like talking back to Anakin, she's getting into trouble, like all this stuff. And then I watched the whole show. I was like, oh, they were doing character development. You weren't supposed to like her in the beginning. She was supposed to be obnoxious. And so with him, I know a lot of people give Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau a lot of praise, and well deserved, but that they still have people to answer to or whatever. But like, they're still, even though it's different directors doing these episodes, they're still the guys behind the overall story on it. Definitely The Mandalorian. And it's like, I've learned with them and watching Clone Wars and Rebels later with Dave Filoni is that, like, he's going to get somewhere. You might not like every beat he lands on in between beginning and end, but like, he's going to take you on a good story by the time it's done. Even if there's some filler stuff in between, it's a little weirder because it's live action, I think, than it was in the animated ones. But you know, I'm fine. Like I said, you guys said about Bo-Katan, like I have her helmet. I don't have a Din Djarin helmet. I have a Bo-Katan helmet. You know, I love that character from Clone Wars. I'm so glad they're fleshing her out more. It's really cool getting to see Katie Sackhoff transfer from the animation voiceover to being the live action, because a lot of the characters are not getting that. So I just think it's really cool that she's been able to do that and feel like the natural progression of that character. So
I agree with everything that you just said, but want to throw it out there, you know, that you typically do find the female characters a little bit more interesting, though. There's a like, whether it's, you know, Marvel, whether it's comic books, things like that, like, you tend to, and there's a lot of folks out there, especially the ones that we're hearing that are being very vocal, that do not, you know, and they feel like this is a, you know, a Disney agenda type of thing. I will say that, you know, just from my personal take, I think I've seen some of that in the MCU. I've seen some of that, you know, when you have that scene in Endgame where, you know, you're putting all the females and, you know, charging to it. Like, I don't need that. Like I don't need you to just have a female group going after the bad guys together and like, yay, women. Like, that seems forced to me. But when it comes to this series, I don't feel that way at all. Like, I feel like this is a natural story progression. I feel like Bo-Katan's an important part of that story. and I, like I've heard people, oh, well, she had to save him, Well, yeah, she had to save him so that they could get to this episode where now he gives her the dark saber because it makes sense. This creature beat me, and then you beat it. Now it
Mhm.
story forward, so it makes sense what happened. So I will say that while I don't think that all that stuff is without merit completely within the Disney world of things, I don't see that here. I don't know what
No.
your guys' thoughts are, but
Well,
I-
go ahead, Sean.
Oh, I'm just gonna, like from my personal perspective, and I have not, like I said, the animated stuff I haven't gotten into. Um, but based on setting her up on the show, I feel like she is more than a capable character,
Mhm.
and she is somebody that it is an interest. Like her story got more interesting because of that, because now all of a sudden she's invited to be a part of the tribe now.
Yep.
And to have her be somebody who has never wanted to be a part of that, she's always saw herself as, oh, these are the zealots and all that. Now all of a sudden she's involved with the zealots. That makes her an interesting, richer character because of how that set her up. And then on top of that, yeah, him handing over the dark saber, being like, well, I was defeated by this creature, she defeated it, therefore she should desert. And I like how they finally came to a resolution for that versus like I did think it was an interesting way of handling it at the end of the second season where he's there on the bridge of the ship and he goes, here, take it, I don't want it, and her just looking at it, and I'm like, what is this about? And then when Gideon says what it was, I'm like, oh, that's messed up, that's like crazy. And then to think that it was going to come to a head between them, but I like that they sidestepped it. And I like that now it's a whole different thing. She's dealing with an ideology she doesn't care for, but she's going along with it because that's what she has to do to survive right now. And that's how she's going to build her ranks again and everything. But she's never been one of those token female characters the way they played her up. She always had something to contribute, and she never I don't it's the same as like her Starbuck character on Battlestar. Starbuck initially was a man on the 70s series. They just changed it to her on the new series, and it kind of worked in that way. She never played it up as a female. She was very much like, I'm just as capable as anybody else, and that's the same with that's what she brings to this character, which makes me go, it works for me. I don't see her as she's a female, because when you think female in certain situations, there is baggage to that you might bring to the table of like certain sexist qualities or certain things of they're not going to be as good as the guy maybe. And in the case of her, it's like, no, I never once feel she's right there toe to toe with him, in my opinion.
Well, I think they've done a good job of setting it up to where, kind of the armorer was telling her like she can bridge the gap between their two people, because, she did kind of look down upon their tribe as zealots or extremists or whatever. But then she spent time with them, and she, bathed in the waters and got kind of indoctrinated into their culture, and then helped save the one guy's son.
Yeah.
And through that process, she like made herself like she proved herself to that tribe. And now if she can go and get these other folks, now you've got all these Mandalorian working together, and maybe they can rebuild their culture. Maybe they can, who knows what they can do with it. So I think the story progression is something that I'm really enjoying, and it never feels to me like anything is forced or anything's being shoved down my throat or anything like that. So I just don't think there's a lot of merit to the people that are complaining, but that's just, my 2 cents.
For Star Wars, and again, not saying Dave Filoni is perfect, but I think that's something he's very good at. He's very good at telling stories and picking the right characters and developing the right characters to fit where they need to be in that story, and the crew around him. Like, it's not just on his shoulders, but I saw that in the Clone Wars, because when you meet Bo-Katan in the Clone Wars, she is part of the Death Watch, which are the people that saved Mando when he was a child, like in that blue and gray armor. She was part of that, and I don't know if the Watch that he's a part of now, I don't know if they were what happened to them afterwards, or if it's another group, I'm waiting for that explanation. But like,
Mhm.
she was in that group as the Death Watch, who were not a separatist, but a splinter faction of Mandalorians who didn't like the way her sister was running Mandalore, because she was trying to be a pacifist and bring them all to peace. And they're like, no, we are warriors. We need to maintain this warrior way. And so like, it's really interesting seeing, and it would be cool to see some of that explained in the show. It'd be a very dialogue heavy moment, but it would be cool to see that explanation, be like, well, look, I was where you guys were. I was the leader for a while until I lost the Darksaber. And, you know, so she actually is from both worlds. So yeah, I think it's really cool.
So
And
I pulled this quote out here, this comment from Joe saying there's a sect of fans that want, you know, the show's first season go on forever. Why have a plot evolved? And I had this conversation with somebody today, and I would argue that, you know, because they were like, oh, Mando's gone downhill and he's getting saved all the time and this and that. And I told the person, I'm like, go back and watch that first season.
Yeah.
Like, he's getting his ass kicked right and left. He's fighting that beast, and he has to have Grogu save his ass. Like, he's, you know, there's not, you know, there's times where he's a badass and he's had some, but there's a lot of times where he's having to get saved as well from the other Mandalorians, from, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
So I don't think it's one where they've, you know, neutered Din Djarin as the seasons have gone on and made him like, you know, this weak character. I think he is who he is. I mean, he's a good fighter, he's a good man, but he's not going to win every fight. Like, he's
no,
you know,
he's a bounty hunter.
Yeah,
he's a Mandalorian bounty hunter. He has a certain set of skills, but like, he is not the epic adventurer, and that's what the show is him getting pulled into these things. He has to work with the droid in the the first episode, to when they find the child at the end, you know. It's this whole, I'm getting some weird echo here. Okay, it's not me. I don't think it's me. Anyway, they you know, it's certain character things, like, yes, he should not be the one wielding the Darksaber. He doesn't have an experience. Every time you see him using it, he's struggling. I like that they're showing that. It's heavy, it's weird and awkward. Bo had it for, I don't know how long, years at least. So she's practiced with it. So I like when we see her using it, like, she knows what she's doing, and it doesn't feel like, oh, here's just a girl randomly willy-nilly. Like, Rey, I know I'm not going to try to dig all this up, but like, Rey knows a lot of stuff in The Force Awakens that they could have easily explained in the movie had they acknowledged some of the stuff they put in the prequel book that came out before it, that explains why she's good at all the things she's good at, except for the Force, you know. And they could have explained it, but they didn't. And like, I don't think Mando, and I don't think any of the Star Wars shows, the live action ones, are really doing that whole
the closest I would say would be in the Book of Boba Fett, how he had, I can't even remember her name, the gal that
Fennec Shand.
Yes, that she basically saves him the whole season. Like, she's the badass that season. He is just, you know, an old Boba Fett. You know what I'm saying? So I could see people's critique of that, but this, I don't think, is the same thing. Like, this is a little different.
To which I will say, that is all built up in their own expectations and not based on anything they've showed us in the movies.
And that was a hard pill to swallow.
Oh, you mean as far as Boba being a badass?
As far as Boba, not saying he's not a badass.
Yeah.
He spent how long in the Sarlacc? He spent how long recovering?
Yeah, I think,
like, the fact that he came back at all was disappointing to me at first, but I'm like, if anyone's going to do it, these guys are going to do it and make me accept it, and they did.
For your folks in their mid 40s that loved Boba Fett, like when they first saw him in Empire, and then they see him in Return of the Jedi, like, they loved it, and they didn't get enough of him. And it was like, he was the cool character, awesome figure. He's got the rocket. He's got the cool look about him. Like, just Boba looks amazing, and you just wanted to see more of that. So then when we get Book of Boba, it's not really what people wanted. People want prime Boba Fett. Now, if you went back and gave us pre-Empire Boba Fett as a bounty hunter and did some story with that, I think people would love that. They would eat that up. Like, you gave us a real action-packed young Boba Fett, but this is old man Boba. It's a different story. And and I understand that if that's your expectation going in, is that this is going to be a different story and that kind of thing, that's fine. But people never got that cool Boba Prime that they wanted. Like for me, for a longest time, I hated the prequel series. Now, the trilogy. I've grown to accept it for what it is and kind of like certain parts of it. But like the biggest frustration for me was I made it through 4, 5, and 6, made it through 1 and 2, and it's like episode 3 comes around and I'm waiting for, in his prime, Anakin to just freaking wipe everybody out. I'm waiting for prime Anakin before he gets cut down and turned into Darth Vader to just take out a bunch of Jedis, wipe the floor with people, and we get him in a room with a bunch of kids and pushing Mace out a window. And that's it. I didn't get that scene that I wanted, even if it was just a 5-minute him, having a couple lightsaber battles with a couple different Jedi. That would have been great. We got none of that, and it was disappointing. So I didn't get that. Now, Rogue One comes out, and I get that freaking hallway scene with Vader, and I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm good now. You gave me the badass Vader that I needed to see. So I felt like I it was okay. But we never got that with Boba, and I think that's what people are missing is like, if we would have got something of him being kind of a badass, I think it would be okay. But that's not what we got.
I'd be all for that. Give me a Boba Fett between Clone Wars and before Empire.
Yeah.
Like, let me see him navigating the world of the Empire when they're in charge. What happened?
Working for Jabba.
What happened that made that he's got that connection to Vader where Vader's like, no disintegrations. Like, Vader knows him. I mean, you think about it. Vader knows.
They've had Vader, some feelings before.
He knows that voice because all the clones had that voice. And obviously the original trilogy, the OG stuff, they didn't have all of that stuff worked into it yet. But like when we see Boba Fett in Empire, he's mysterious. He's Wolverine before we got Origin, before he was on every team, all that stuff. He was cool. And you see him in Jet. All he does is fly a ship, talk to Darth Vader.
Well, are you talking about in Jedi or you're talking
in Empire? In Empire.
Okay, yeah.
He flies a ship. He talks to Darth Vader. Like, he doesn't do much else in that movie.
No.
He talks back to Vader, which we never see anybody else doing, but that's it. A little bit. And then in Jedi, we see him in Jabba's palace, and then there's the whole fight scene on the sail barge and the skiffs and everything.
Where he gets his ass kicked by a blind man.
Right. Which, if you read the comics, Luke also kicked his ass because Luke got blinded when he goes back to Obi-Wan's hut to look for anything about how to become a Jedi. And this is the current official Marvel Disney continuum. I'm not talking about all the old books and comics. I know those expanded Boba Fett story an awful lot. So the expanded universe is gone. I'm sorry. Because he's bad at fighting. Well, I love how, we kind of got that with Mando when he's got that pulse rifle and he's just vaporizing the Jawas off of that stand crawler. Like, that's fantastic. But like, Boba Fett gets his butt handed to him by a blind guy on the he gets like hit in the back of the jetpack. It wasn't even a direct attack at him.
Yep.
And it's like, that's the guy we get going into the book of Boba Fett, which is only like 5 years later. So he spent, I don't know how long he was in the Starlight. Couldn't have been too long. He spends the better part of the next 5 years living with the Sand People. And like, Eldor says it here that, that time with the Sand People changed him. And I think that's true. And, yes, is that what people wanted? No. I thought it was a really interesting story to see how we're not just watching Mandalorian in green armor as opposed to silver armor. And you know what? You want to have
I think
Ming-Na Wen kicking ass on a TV show? I will sign up for it every day of the week. She is awesome.
She is awesome. It's one of those things where people had over the years built up in their head that Boba Fett's this badass. Now, there was no
Yeah.
reason for it other than the fact that he just looks cool. He's got a really cool look about him. But nothing has ever said Boba Fett's a badass. Like, we've not seen that, to your point. It's one of those things where the actual content doesn't match the hype, right?
Right.
Kind of like Frazetta art.
Oh, not
You know,
touching that one.
No, but it's, I don't know. I get people's frustration with Book of Boba because we never got that really cool Boba, but I'm loving Mandalorian. I think it's phenomenal. So I'm happy with it. Really every series that they've done, there's been something I've liked about it. There's not been one of the series that I walked away thinking I shouldn't have watched that. So I've said it once, I'll say it again. People that Star Wars fans, just appreciate what you got.
I know
there's a lot of properties that aren't getting shit right now. So
I'll bring this part up because this is what I've seen people complaining about on season 3 are the cameos.
Okay.
I don't mind the cameos. Like, there's got to be goofy ass people in the world of Star Wars. Like, not everybody in Star Wars can be an awesome badass or an inept yet competent droid. Like, does it kind of take me out a little bit when I keep seeing so many people? A little bit, but like, it's a show. It's not the movies. You know, there's not cameos in the movie. Like, if it was like just Stan Lee showing up in every, see that. Yeah. As cool as that was, like, I didn't need that. So that's what these cameos are like to me. Like,
yeah.
I mean, we've got what's her name as the mechanic on Tatooine.
Amy Sedaris.
Amy Sedaris. Like, Bill Burr. Bill Burr yanked me out of that episode when he showed up way more than Jack Black and Lizzo did. Sorry, I didn't know who Lizzo was
Bill
to recognize.
Burr was fantastic in his.
He grew on me.
Yeah,
he grew on me. But visually seeing his face with his accent in a Star Wars show was like, what is happening right now?
He was phenomenal though. I thought he did an amazing job.
Mm-hmm.
He was great. It just threw me off, and just like Jack Black didn't faze me. Sorry, I don't know modern music enough to know who Lizzo was in that costume to recognize her.
I didn't recognize her either. Jack Black, I think the reason he didn't faze me is because he's playing kind of himself, like a goofy idiot character. Like, if he was playing some super serious guy, I think it would have been weird. But the fact that he's playing this kind of aloof, kind of goofy guy, it's like, okay, this works for me.
Yeah, and some people, I guess, don't want that in Star Wars, and you know, everybody's got their own thing. But like, yes, we talk about how much I don't like the X-Men cartoon when we get together and do this stuff. But like, I don't go out of my way to find posts from people talking about how much they love the X-Men cartoon and then shit all over their post. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just like, but like, I posted something this morning about Star Wars. The Ahsoka trailer came out, which I'm very excited because Ahsoka has become one of my favorite characters of all time, period.
Right.
And I just shared the trailer and just said something. And now someone commented, they didn't say anything necessarily mean, but they shared some negative stuff. And I've had so much negative stuff on my Star Wars posts that I took it down and I messaged them directly. I like, look, this is nothing against you. I understand what you're saying. I don't want to have like an argument. I want to be excited for this. I'm not dealing with this. It's not censoring. It's just like, go make your own post, whatever. And they were understanding.
They were receptive to that.
Yeah, I think so. You know, but it was just like, just let me be excited about this. Like, it's okay if you're not. You don't have to poop on my post.
Here's the thing, folks. We got a million streaming services with a billion shows out there. If you don't like one, move on to the next one. Just watch something else. But if somebody does like it, there's no reason for you to shit on it for them.
Yeah.
You know, just, move on. Move on with your life. I mean, it's one of those, and I know Sean will be able to kind of relate to this. Like, as a Masters of the Universe fan, we went through some dark times with no content whatsoever. So when we got our Revelation series, I was ecstatic to get more Masters of the Universe. Now, do I like everything that they did in that series? No. There's a lot of things that I think that they missed the mark on. But I got to see some really cool art. I got to see some really cool fight scenes with some characters that I love. There was some good things out of that I pulled that I enjoyed from that series. I'm happy. And I just wish more people could just be happy and just appreciate, like, if you watch a series and you get any enjoyment out of it, just appreciate it. And if you don't, then don't watch it. But it's kind of like I gave somebody the analogy this week. I said, if I was starving, like, and I'm getting ready to die, and somebody offers me a pizza, and that pizza has olives on it, which I freaking can't stand. I hate olives, right? I can pick the olives off, but it's still going to have that oily, olivey residue, where it just still smells like olives.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to not eat the pizza because I'm fucking starving. I'm going to eat the pizza. And when I'm done with the pizza, I'm not going to yell at the person for putting fucking olives on the pizza that they gave me when I was starving. I'm going to say, thank you for the pizza that you gave me. Would have preferred it without olives, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's what's going on here with Star Wars. Appreciate that you're getting something in the first place. It may not be everything the way that you want it, but you're getting something. Be thankful, because there's a lot of properties out there that are getting absolutely nothing.
I can understand that to an extent. But then, like, the thing, like, I'm not a Star Wars hater. I have a passing interest. Mandalorian saved my interest in Star Wars because Jesse's like, hey, you want to check this show out? And I'm like, you know what? Sure. I could actually use some escapism right now. And after the first episode, I'm like, what else happens? And then I had to see the next one, and we kept going. But, like, history is also a problem, though, for me.
Mm-hmm.
When you start off the Star Wars movies with the 3 fantastic movies that we had as kids, you see these story arcs going on. You see the mythology being developed. You see a whole bunch of interesting characters that you're rooting for on the screen, right? And these are characters that from episode 4 to episode 6, you want to see that story. Then when Lucas says, well, now I'm going to go and finally make the prequel trilogy back in the 90s, how many of us were like, I cannot wait, because we were raised thinking there was more to this story, and we wanted to know what was Obi-Wan talking about the Clone Wars? What is the Clone Wars? And the idea of it sounded so cool and all this stuff. And then
real quick, when the tickets went on sale for Phantom Menace at my theater, the line went out the door, around the building. It wrapped around the entire building just to buy this isn't to see the movie.
Sure.
This is to buy advance tickets for the movie. Like, that's how excited people were.
Absolutely. And I was one of those people at that point too. I mean, Jesse has always been way more hardcore with Star Wars than me, but I've always been like, yeah, I was raised with a mom who absolutely loved those movies.
Mm-hmm.
It was a welcome thing in our home at any given time. And she was like telling me when I was a kid, she's like, yeah, apparently George Lucas had this idea of Vader and Obi-Wan. They were going to have a battle on a lava planet, and that's what turned, or Anakin and Obi-Wan fighting on this lava planet. That's what turns Anakin into Vader. And as a kid, she probably saw my mind go, because the idea of that was so freaking amazing. And my biggest thing with that, and this is probably where I stepped back a bunch, was watching those prequels. I'm like, what is the point of this? Like, what is he trying to say in these movies that he was able to tell in the movies that we got to see? And we got a lot out of those movies. Even like Yoda's mentorship of Luke, there's a lot of life lessons in that we as viewers can take from it. Do or do not. There is no try. Get your butt in gear. Go do something instead of just sit there and sit there and crying about everything all the time. Plenty of other lessons like that. And it's like, I'm watching this and I'm like, the Galactic Senate? I'm literally going to have civics lessons watching these fucking movies? Like, are you kidding me? Like, where is, like, and I know this is like the whole, okay, you're not going to get the same characters every single time you see a story. But I'm like, well, where is the Han Solo in this? You know, like where is this character who's more of the rough and tumble? We're gonna get out there and do some stuff, and it made me upset with the Jedi because the Jedi were definitely not what they were painted out as in the original movies. So now all of a sudden they're these celibate monks that are literally like, well, we're gonna try to do our best. Like when Qui-Gon's like, I can fight a battle, but I can't win a war. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You got the goddamn Force, dude. Seriously, you know, it's like stuff like that was driving me crazy.
In fairness, they didn't say that they can't have sex. They said they can't have emotional attachment.
Exactly. But so you know what I'm saying.
So what I get from that is the Jedis are one night stands. You know, like they're just.
I got the Force, baby. I gotta go in the morning.
Yeah.
But no, like there was very much this feeling in watching those movies of like nothing about this feels like the meat of what we got as kids. So I stepped back from that. And on top of that, one thing really quick is I didn't like that even Boba Fett was in those movies. I like the idea that Boba Fett is just some guy out in the galaxy that just got brought in to bring Han in versus, oh, now he's involved in the clones. And it's like that whole thing was like, do we need to do that? It felt shoehorned to me and all this stuff. But and they're like I've already had like tons of talks about, you know, how those movies could be better. And I'm sure there's Star Wars fans going, well, you know, go fuck yourself. And that's fine. But those movies didn't resonate with me at all in any way, shape, or form the same way the originals did. You know, like you're rooting for Luke to blow up the Death Star at the end of the first movie. You're rooting for him to take down the Emperor in the third movie and all that stuff.
Here's what I would say to you, Sean. Like, have you ever gone back and tried to watch Clone Wars again? Like, I know you said did you?
I tried, but I have not. I actually tried Clone Wars at least 3 times.
Okay.
And I get to a certain point, and then I never can get past that point every time.
I would say that if you made it all the way through Clone Wars, you would have a new appreciation for the prequels. When I first watched the prequels, I felt very much what you're describing right now. After watching Clone Wars, to me, the main story of that is how kind of Palpatine basically like manipulated everything along the way. Like this dude is so fucking genius, the way that he set all this up to end up the way that he wanted it to go. And that to me is really the story of that prequel. And you can see it throughout Clone Wars, like these little things here and there that he sets up. And it's just like, man, this dude is so smart. Like, that's what I got out of it after watching Clone Wars, and it kind of made me appreciate the prequels a lot more.
So I'm not going to take that from you because I think I know Jesse said the same thing to me. There have been other people who have said it as well. I'm one of those people, like the fact that you're like, you know, kid, come and read to me. You know, like I feel like the prequels were the beginning of everybody needing to read a book to go see a movie.
Yeah.
And it pissed me off because the original Star Wars movies, I went there, you didn't know anything about them if you just saw them for the first time, and you still got into that world.
But there's a reason George Lucas started with episode 4.
I
knew it
agree.
was the best one.
No, I agree, and it is.
Like,
I mean, it's like if you ask me what day, I might have a different answer of what of the original movies is my favorite because, you know, like the New Hope, that pretty much it sums up what you're about to witness. There's so many, and there's like the elements to give you, hey, the Force is a thing. There's lightsabers. There were Jedi Knights at one point. There's the Empire. Vader's out there. Han Solo and Chewbacca are helping. Let's do this. You know, boom, I'm good. But then,
he didn't know if he was going to get a second movie.
I know,
so,
and
you know, he had to start with one that was going to kick off this franchise. And if you started with Phantom Menace, we don't have Star Wars today. I think that's a one and done movie if that's where you start.
But for me, like the prequels bug me on that level of, okay, so we created these movies. First off, and again, I don't know Star Wars completely the way that you and Jesse might. So you know, if I'm saying something out of line to both viewers and to you guys, you know, pardon me for that. I don't mean to misinform or whatever, but from what I understand in documentaries, Gary Kurtz was definitely a big part of what challenged George Lucas in his storytelling in those first two movies. He left before Jedi because he said, like, he went on record to say he found out um, that Lucas was way more into the merchandising by the time Jedi hit, and he was way more interested in what was going to help him on the back end of these movies versus telling the story, because like Han should have died, in my opinion. As much as I love Han Solo, it would have been a cool hero's death to have him be the guy on the Falcon trying to blow up the core of the Death Star on that one and not make it out. That would have been a hell of a thing, because you have, here's this guy, he's in it for his own thing, fortune and glory, even though that's Indiana Jones. But then at the end of the third movie, he's literally going in there and taking down the Death Star, and he doesn't make it out, and they give him a hero's death at least. I would have been fine with that personally. And like originally it was going to be Luke just he wanders off, and Leia's not even his sister and all this stuff. There was too much of the tying things together in that world. And I think Gary Kurtz challenged him enough that he was just like, I'm done with this. I felt like the storytelling in the prequels, when you watch those documentaries for episode one and all that stuff, how often do you see the creatives that George Lucas has at ILM, or the people working with him on story and figuring these things out? How often do you see them just giving the other creatives these sideways glances like, oh fuck, when they hear some of these ideas that Lucas wants to do? And in my opinion, like, Lucas was able to do this and have he had yes men all over the place for those movies. And even Pat McCallum was just like, this is going to be the greatest thing you've ever seen. Okay. And then when you watch it, it felt like it didn't have the weight. It didn't have the meat on the bones to it. And it should have had at least like 3 more revisions before he started filming. But he had like, I'm up against this date. I need to beat Titanic. I got to do this and all that stuff. But I always felt like everybody who wants to talk Clone Wars to me, that is always what they want to tell me, is this is what you wanted to see. And my problem is, why couldn't that have been a movie? Why could not have that been the second movie rather than that stupid mystery bullshit about the clones? They shouldn't have even worried about that story. That the beginning of that movie could have been the kickoff of the Clone Wars and how the Jedi are trying to navigate it through that movie, because that was one of the most startling moments for me in episode 2 was, okay, all of a sudden here's these troop ships landing and freaking Yoda's standing there, and all of a sudden he's directing them where to go. I'm like, why is Yoda in charge? I mean, literally, Qui-Gon Jinn, the last movie, was like, I'm not a soldier, I'm not a general, and all of a sudden Yoda's like, go here, Mace Windu, and this, and I'm like, I'm completely lost at what the hell's happening in this now. Like, I figured the Jedi were going to be like Switzerland. And then, you know, the army was going to do their thing. The separatists would do their thing, and it just turned into this convoluted thing. And by the third movie, I'm just like, God, I hope they fight on a lava planet, because if not, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself now.
I think the problem that you and I used to have with the prequels is they had a starting point of young Anakin, and they knew by the end of movie 3, you've got to be at Darth Vader. That's a lot to cram in 3 movies. You know, there's a lot of shit that goes on there. And I think if they were doing it today, in addition to those 3 movies, you would probably see some TV shows along the way that would kind of help develop that story a little bit more. But doing it there, they had to try to fit it in 3 movies. And I just don't think you can do that effectively. And so that's why it's not as good as it could have been or should have been. But it's one of those things where, like I said, I appreciate it. At this point, I appreciate it for what it is. And I do find enjoyment out of it.
Sure.
Now the sequel series, the trilogy, I have no enjoyment whatsoever. I don't like any of it. And maybe that'll change over time. Maybe a few years from now, I'll watch that again and go, okay, well, this isn't bad and this isn't bad. Right now, I can't even watch that. It's hot garbage. So
it's bookended to me. Like, again, you know, we found out that the sequels, they did not have, here's where we want to go with this. From when they start, they literally get okay, we got Star Wars, let's make a movie. Well, what's the movie going to be about? it's a new movie. That's
Well,
kind of how it felt
here's-
to me.
and like Star Wars, you start with New Hope, you get the cantina scene, you get all these like weird, wild alien figures in there. You get, you go to Empire, you see the bounty hunters and the different races of bounty hunters and stuff, and you get to Jedi, you get Jabba's palace, you get all this kind of stuff. Even you go into the prequel series and you get the Gungans and you get, all these other races. Then you get to that sequel series and it's like all humanoids. Like it's like like it's just like Earth and space. It's like people want cosmic legions to be humans in space. That's what that sequel series like. Where are the fun aliens? Where's this world building that we did? Where's we built this giant universe full of races, and now it's just all people. Like it's,
the thing too about those is they gave me characters that I wanted to see in the prequels, but they didn't utilize them in a way that made sense to me in the sequels, because like Poe Dameron should have been Han Solo, and they never let him rise to that occasion, in my opinion.
I think that's unfair to set him up for that, though. Like nobody's ever going to be Han Solo.
No.
They shouldn't have even tried to.
That's the shorthand. I'm just saying, though. Like they made him into that guy where he's he's part of the whatever they're called in the new ones, but he's part of that. So he is a little bit more of like the soldier character, even though we knew Han was Imperial at one point until
the rebellious one that's gonna kind of go against.
He's the hot shot.
Poe is Leia with Han's personality. Leia's role with Han's personality.
But it feels very cookie cutter. It feels very forced. It's just not. Yeah. It's like, hey, this worked for us before.
That's not how the Force works.
And,
Come on, that line was great.
Yeah, I like that one, actually. I did like that one.
No.
You're cold?
Sean, I totally agree. Like, the Clone Wars and stuff the animated series has helped me appreciate the prequels more. I 100% agree with you. The prequels should have told that story. They should have done what the Clone Wars did. Just like whatever stuff's going to be coming post Return of the Jedi between now and the sequels series that Mando is doing, I think they're going to do a lot of stuff to kind of course correct and make the stuff in the sequels more complete. Will they pull it off? I don't know, because at least George had a plan with the prequel trilogy of what he had to get to. With the sequels, as much as I like them, there was no plan.
That's it right there. No cohesion.
Yeah, there's no cohesion.
Like you got all these different directors and directions, and you're going this way, then you go that way, and
they did. I'm not going to bring that up because I don't want to give Sean PTSD. They course corrected too hard after Last Jedi did not do what it wanted to.
I want to know what he was going to say.
Which is what I think Batman v Superman did for Man of Steel.
Gotcha.
They over course corrected and
gotcha.
they not saying Man of Steel was perfect. I understand that's a whole nother show. But I think they reacted too much to, they didn't have a plan from Force Awakens to Last Jedi, even though the whole thing with Luke being on an island was a story Lucas already had in place. Like that was his plan. Maybe all the details with Ben and stuff wasn't there, but Luke was on an island by himself, and a new young female character comes and finds him. So that's Lucas. Can't blame Kathleen Kennedy and what all the ranting people online want to say. Like that was Lucas's idea. It was too corporate. I think the sequels were too, honor you. Yeah. There are too many hands in the pie. Absolutely. Again, I think Dave Filoni does a great job of being the filter of what George Lucas's ideas were. And that's why I think Clone Wars worked, because he and his team that was interpreting what George's ideas were like George Lucas was essentially like a middle school kid that was all hopped up on soda and pizza and ice cream. He got his first movies made and they were a success. Like, he almost died making the first movie. That's how stressed out he was. That first movie barely happened. All those costumes and aliens in the cantina, a lot of them were like leftover set pieces from like Doctor Who and other weird sci-fi shows that were like, it wasn't this full-on masterclass of world building. So it was like, oh, we can use that. All right, let's use that. And he extrapolated from that. So it's not diminishing the creativity, but like, for us being our age, the original trilogy is always going to hold that special place. But kids who are 10 when the prequels came out, that's as strong to them as the original are to us. And I give
you're
us another.
You're 100%. My stepson is 30 years old. Just had a talk with him today, and to him, the prequel trilogy is his trilogy. Like, he loves that. That's like his thing. So you're dead on right. But I will say, I don't think anybody, the sequel trilogy is their thing. I don't think there's going to be any generation that looks at that and goes, that's my trilogy.
But maybe not, because there is so much more Star Wars at the time. There's more to be able to pick from now in that era of those coming out. But I didn't think anybody was going to think the prequels. I know a lot of it's just like online meme love and like the stuff that Revenge of the Sith gave us. But like, there's a lot of people who genuinely love that movie. And I think that's going to happen. Maybe they won't be as vocal. I mean, it's another 10, 15 years. Who knows how social media and all this crap's going to be different then. But, Sean, I agree 100%. They should have, that's a lot of that stuff, the rise and fall of Anakin and the fall of the Jedi to where they were and how Palpatine came to power. Maybe nice. He should have been the focus, but like understanding how he was playing all the sides, that should have been in the movies. Like, the movies, the trilogy should have been the headline things. Like, if you watch the other shows, you'll get a lot more out of it. But if you only see the movies, you're getting the main story. That's my opinion.
And that's the miss for me.
To your point about by the time they got to Jedi, that it was more about the merchandising and this and that. Like, it's always going to be that. Like, that's just the nature of the beast. I mean, it's the same reason why you're going to continue to see Grogu in The Mandalorian, because it sells a lot of freaking merchandise. And, at the end of the day, if it makes money, they're just going to keep throwing it in there.
Oh, no,
even if it
agree.
means that it's somewhat detrimental to the storyline. So unfortunately, that's just kind of the way that it is. And that kind of sucks. But, at the end of the day, the dollar rules. So
it was pulled off better than other things that you can completely smell are corporate, and I'll give it that, because I want to see Han die? No, I still, as the way that I look at that trilogy, it's like, the third Jedi probably meant the most to me because that was the one that was around when I was little and I could actually soak this up and actually go, Star Wars is out, a new movie, and my mom was getting excited about this because she wanted to see how it was going to end and everything. So like there is a near and dearness of that one in particular compared to the other two. But when I watch it now, it's like there's definitely things about it that just make me go like, I feel like they relegated Han to a part that I didn't feel really suited him, and the whole thing on Endor with him, I'm like, he should be up there leading the charge at least in that one, because how cool would it be that the ship that took out Vader in New Hope is the ship leading the charge to take down the Death Star in the third movie or whatever. And then instead, I mean, you get Lando, and I mean, it's cool that Lando gets to have his cowboy moment and go in there and do it too, but I don't know, it's just the way that I think of it, I guess. But
to me, Empire was always that movie. Like that's my number one Star Wars. Like, just the way that when Jedi ends and you got, the furballs jumping up and down and singing, and, you got, everybody hugging, and you look over and you got your little ghost Jedis and everything's so hunky-dory. That's not life. That's not realistic. And it's just too happy and sweet. And, we know that after that, stuff goes to hell again later down the road anyway. So it's just fake. Empire is real. Empire, you ended up, it's like, we don't have Han. We don't know where he is. Luke's got his hand chopped off. We don't know what's going to happen, where it's going to go. That's life. Like, that is the uncertainty, the anxiety, the stress of life. And to me, that's the one that, like, has the most feels in it, that I don't know, it just really draws me in at the end of that movie. And I'm ready to, watch another Star Wars movie.
Yes, see, that's the thing. That movie, everybody loves that one, and I'm one of the few people that it's like I appreciate it, but it's never been a favorite for me. It's always that middle movie. It's always that one where it ends. It ends on such a wide open, big question mark of what is going to happen next. I like how they set it up, though. I absolutely love that. It's like, okay, we're scattered to the wind. How are we doing this? And it's like we're back to the very beginning to figure this out. And on top of that, they're sending out Lando and Chewie to go start a mission, and Luke is off to the sidelines, even though he's just had his training. And it's like now he's got to wait and heal and all this stuff, which is interesting. But there is a part of me, though, that I still love the idea of Luke in Jedi being there at the bedside of Yoda. And Yoda flat out saying to him, you have to defeat Vader. Vader's your father. Guess what? We set you up to be the ultimate weapon to bring down the man who gave you life, because this is the only way we can make sense of it anymore. And the fact that does put into question Obi-Wan, Yoda. There's like a Professor X-ness to them in that, oh, you couldn't do the job, and now you make me have to do the job. You want my hands to get dirty doing this. But there's also that feeling of the last person that could teach you this stuff now. And that to me is also life. After losing my father, and especially right before I became a father, I lost my father. So then me being a father, it's like, I'm making it up as I go, and I'm hoping to God I don't make my kids crippled mentally and emotionally some days, because there's days where I don't even know how I'm getting to the end of it. But I love that about it, because it's Luke just flat out like, I have to rise to the challenge of this, and I have to even come to terms with, this is my father I'm fighting here, and it's like I have to accept the truth of something I thought was a lie previously, because that's not true. That's impossible. Yeah, it is now. And freaking Yoda just told you.
I will say the beginning of Jedi, just Luke showing up at Jabba's palace,
is awesome.
Oh,
so awesome.
That is primo badass Luke. Like, that
Absolutely.
is, like, I remember watching that in the theater and just thinking, Luke, like, because the first two movies, I'm like, Luke's kind of a whiny little, whatever. And, just true, it's impossible, whatever. Then he shows up in Jedi, and it's like, no, this dude's been training. He's been ready. Like, now he's a Jedi, like a full-blown Jedi. He is not messing around. Then he goes in there to fight the Rancor, and it's like, dude, like that whole first part, it's like so good.
The whininess that you're saying, I mean, when I was a kid, I remember my mom even pointing it out. It's like, listen to his voice. He is so calm. He is so
by the time
assured.
Jedi comes around, he is cool as a cucumber,
Absolutely.
man. He is unwavering.
And one of my favorite moments in Jedi, because it made my mom giggle with glee. I still remember this because I saw it with her in the theater, and I remember the beginning of the movie, and I think I fell asleep because I was literally like 3 or 4 at the most. She loved the barge setup. She absolutely loved that. So like everybody's getting in position. You see R2's on the side, and then he does and then R2 pops the lightsaber, and then he does the flip, and he flips back up, and then the music kicks in. And even to this
and
day,
that green saber was so fucking cool, man.
It was awesome.
I mean, the first time that you see that green saber, you're just like, oh, this is so fucking badass.
The first time you see that saber and the music kicking in right there, and you just see the shot of him, it's like, he's a fucking Jedi. Like, it's like, if you didn't have any ideas of what was about to happen, that was like, this is it, Return of the Jedi, and it's right happening right now in front of your eyes.
It's at the same time, then Han's blind, And so
Mhm.
he doesn't realize that this is badass Luke. Like
Yeah,
he's,
yeah.
and so he's like even kind of questioning, like Luke, like Jedi,
Luke!
what? Like yeah,
Everybody has delusions of grandeur.
I'm out of it for a few minutes.
right.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like you were talking about with the prequel series, though, that you would have liked to see some of that Clone War type stuff in that prequel series. I would have loved to see what happened in between Empire and Jedi, like that part where Luke goes from whiny Luke
Yeah.
to badass Jedi. I want to see that. Like, we never got that, but that would have been fucking cool. I'm sure they probably addressed it in the comics or some book series or something.
Comics that have been going on, obviously they did stuff back in the day, but the current new official stuff, it started off cool because it starts off with like Leia not trusting Lando. She's like, because if you think about it,
after that, yeah.
Well, you think about it, like Lando's flying off with the Falcon and Chewie minutes after. Like,
he just
in the movie, it's minutes later,
Darth
but yeah,
Vader, yeah,
it's like what? That's a lot of trust. But in the comics, to get into that a little bit, and it was starting to get good, and then they get this whole thing, the War of the Bounty Hunters, which I was like, oh, okay, it's the bounty. Something happens, and the bounty hunters are all trying to get Han from Boba Fett to be the ones to take him back to Jabba. And then it turns into this whole convoluted thing where they bring back Crimson Dawn, the stuff that Kira was part of in the Solo movie, which I like the idea of it, but then the way it plays out was not that great. And timeline-wise, between New Hope and Empire, it's 3 years. Between Empire and Jedi, it's 1 year. The comic series dragged on for so long between the events of Empire and Jedi. Like, they're just getting to that now. It was probably so they could time it with the 40th anniversary. But it's like, there's so much stuff going on. I'm like, how is all of this happening in the span of Han getting taken and them going after him? Like, they just...
Where did you get that it's 1 year? Is that listed somewhere? Because I
always somewhere,
I always felt like from the end of Empire to Jedi, like it felt like a 5-year span or something. Like it felt like it was a long time, but it's shown somewhere that it's only a year.
Yeah, it's a year from Han getting taken to them getting him in.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now I know they also did the Shadows of the Empire, which I never personally, I didn't really care for that storyline back in the 90s when that came out. But anyway, but like, yeah, and they get into Luke, he has a yellow lightsaber for a while before he builds his green one, which I was like, okay, so he had a lightsaber in between.
Yeah, because he lost the one in the battle with Vader.
So he found a different one. He was using it. So I liked, it was him. He was getting, no pun intended, forced to find different places, find different Jedi temples, find the different texts.
Well, because he would have had to go get new Kyber crystals too, right?
We had to get Kyber crystals, but like he spent what, at best, a week with Yoda and a couple of days with Obi-Wan. Like, I know a lot of people like to poo-poo on Rey learning all the stuff she did with Luke in that montage, but it's not that much different than what we were given in the actual movies for Luke.
Right.
But like, I like, at least in the comics, they were going through and explaining how he's trying to do this stuff. Like, they've even done a couple books, and again, shouldn't have to read all that stuff to get what's going on. But like, there's problems with the original trilogy too. But because we were kids for that, and that was like that was it, and there was nothing else, we just accept it.
Well, and some of it is like what you already talked about, is just that memory of seeing Luke do the flip on the barge and and then the green saber comes out, and you got that, the shot with the sand all behind him and stuff, and he's just so it's more than just the story. It's the whole nostalgia and memories and everything that hits you all at once when you think about that stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I like you were saying at the very beginning of this whole Star Wars talk, Curtis, like, you don't have to like everything, but enjoy that we're getting stuff. Like, and if it's not for you, it's not for you. I watched 9 years of Smallville, and then at the end of that 9th season, I was like, I'm not doing this to myself anymore. And I bailed. Sean has talked me through some of the stuff in the last season and showed me stuff, and I've watched it, and I was like, all right, that was fun. But, I watched 2 or 3 seasons of The Flash on the CW, and I'm like, I don't need to watch this anymore. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just not for me. I have other things I'd rather spend my time with.
I just did the same thing with that Jericho. I got through the first season, started the second season, and I'm like I just couldn't take it anymore. I'm like, this is just, everything's so dramatic. I know it's not going to have a good ending because you already kind of told me it leaves off on a, kind of you wanting more. And so I'm like, I'm just not going to do this to myself. So yeah, I just turned it off.
Something I found years ago that were when Netflix and all that stuff was like first streaming, more of that sort of stuff. It was on Netflix or Hulu or something, and I came across it, and it was just, if I'd have known the way, like when I watched it, I don't think they had done season 2 yet. So it ends with that fade to black and like them like fire, and you hear the guns going off, and I'm like, what? No, I have to know what happens. And then there was like this whole campaign where something with peanuts. The fans were like mailed truckloads of peanuts to the studios or the executives or something, and somehow like there was such a call for it that they did a second season, and then again it didn't get enough ratings, so it ended. And they did like a season 3 in comics that I don't even think they finished that. But
I'm gonna make a hot take here. Here's my hot take. I think that by the time Mandalorian series is done, it will be, as a whole, the best Star Wars we've gotten. So if you group up the sequel, the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, and any of the shows that we've gotten, I think that, and Rogue One even, which I know is a great movie, I think that Mando, the series, is going to be the best Star Wars we've gotten once it's done. Thoughts?
Okay.
I guess okay. Like I said, Mando is what saved me to get back into Star Wars, because I am tired of the Skywalker stuff. Like the sequels just completely had me go, I'm done. Like I'm like a lot of other people where like the way they portrayed Luke in those made me offended. I could see being an older and grizzled version of Luke. But the way that they portrayed him in those movies, it's like because of the director switch and the subverting expectations bullshit that was happening, it's like he was bipolar on top of that, because he's all grizzled with what's his name doing it, the Ryan Ryan Johnson, and then when Abrams comes back to it, then all of a sudden, that's no way to treat a lightsaber, and it's like, well, which is it? Like, seriously, you're fucking with my head here, dude.
I'm going to say this, and again, it's something out of a book, so it should have, and this is something I think 1,000,000% should have been in something, and maybe since they're building up to between Jedi and Force Awakens, maybe we'll see some of that, because in the Ahsoka trailer today, not spoiler, but like you see Mon Mothma and some of these other characters in what is now the New Republic era, because we're 8 or not, almost 9 years after the events of Jedi at this point, if that 2-year gap between Mando season 2 and Book of Boba Fett is accurate. Because it started off 5 years, so we're almost 10 years post Return of the Jedi in this world at this point.
That Ahsoka's in.
That currently the book, the Mando show and Ahsoka will be set in.
So Ahsoka's going to be at the same time as what's going on.
There might be flashbacks, but I believe it's supposed to be picking up from where we last see her in Mando and Book of Boba Fett.
And that's all before the sequel trilogy.
Yes. Well, the sequel trilogy is, I believe they've said it's 35 years after Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
Or the Battle of Endor. But a huge plot point in Star Wars lore is when Leia gets outed as being the daughter of Darth Vader. to the galaxy. Like someone like lets that slip. Like it was enough in the old Thrawn books from the 90s that Timothy Zahn wrote. She was struggling with the fact that Vader was her father.
Mm-hmm.
And you see him come as a Force ghost to her, and she's like, I don't want to talk to you. Like, get away. Like, she hates Vader because of what he did.
Mm-hmm.
In the current iteration of stuff, we see she gets outed, and that's why she's leading this resistance. She's no longer in standing with the New Republic because she kind of gets put to the sidelines. It's like, oh, basically, you are the daughter of Hitler, even though you are on our side. We don't want to have anything to do with you. Like, that should have been in the movie. That should have played into why Luke was on the outs, I think. Like, that's a major thing that I think they totally missed out on putting into the movies. And yes, honor you. I will say this. I mentioned a prequel book. I'm going to pull this up real quick. There was a book that came out around the time of Force Awakens called Before the Awakening. It was written by Greg Rucka, the comic writer, and it sets these three characters up pretty much to where they are in the events immediately before the beginning of the movie.
Gotcha.
And it's got amazing artwork in it by comic artist Phil Noto. But yes, it was really cool because they set up that Rey's living on this planet. She's fixing things. She's building a ship. She's practicing flying on the flight simulator in the fallen AT-AT that she lives in. You know, all these different things. Finn and the stormtroopers know how to fight with lightsabers because they were trained with weapons to fight against lightsabers. So if you can't fight against something, if you don't know how to fight with it, so they have all these things. And the guy that's like traitor, that was one of his squad guys that he fights with in this book. Like there was like a group of 4 or 5 of them. The first one that dies on the Jakku in the beginning, what smears the blood on his helmet, that's one of his. That was kind of like the bumbling guy in the group. So that's one of his buddies. I think another one, I forget what happened to him, and then the other one was the guy that like comes at him with that thing. So like all those are like emotional moments that we don't get in the movie because they just throw us in. And I think to your point, Sean, yeah, we've got Star Wars. Let's just make a Star Wars movie and not let's think about this, like, you know, and plan stuff out. But all that to say, I'm excited for all the stuff that got announced today.
I will kind of agree with Sean that, like, you know, when I was a kid, it was all about the Jedi part of it. It was all about the lightsabers. That was the cool part. Vader and Luke. And then, you know, obviously once they did the prequel series, it was, you know, now you have 1 million Jedi, and it, you know, it was all about Jedis. At this point, I care more about the Star Wars universe than I do about the Force or the Jedi. And so what Mando gives to me is a great Star Wars story in that universe that's not centered around Jedis, and I love it. And I think at the end of that series, it just feels like they're building a story. And I could be wrong. It could land flat at the end, but I feel like they're building a story that by the time it's done, we're going to go, this is a masterpiece, you know? So.
To me, like, Mando it came at the right time for me in a bunch of reasons, because I was burned out with, like you said, the Jedi. The prequels kind of made me go, like, I'm not really that into the Jedi. Like when I was a kid, the Jedi was a concept that you could build in your head of what these knights were like back in the days, like when Obi-Wan would talk about them. And you have all these concepts and ideas and that. And when you see them in the prequels, it's just kind of like everybody has a lightsaber. There's nothing special anymore about this.
Yep.
And in the same way, what's fun to me is the Mandalorian culture makes them special in the way the Jedis weren't in those prequels, because it is like they literally have to bring you into the fold. And there's this feeling of the community in there and stuff that the Jedis didn't develop for me in those prequels and in anything else really. Like in the most recent episodes, I thought it was awesome how Paz Vizsla, the heavy armor guy of the Mandalorian, I love that in the first season he's at odds with Din a lot. And they, like he even on Book of Boba Fett, he wanted to fight him to get the Darksaber and reclaim Mandalore.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, they did. I mean, you
Yeah.
saw they were head to head and all that stuff. And the fact that he did him a solid by helping him get his son back this season. And then I love that he did the big speech because they were trying to help Grief Karga and 2 episodes back. And he's like saying, well, he's a friend of mine. I'm speaking for him and all that. And yes, he was at odds with us, but there's reasons I believe that we should help him. And then when he stands up, he says all the things that made Din, his name was shit to him. Oh, yeah. Well, we already stuck up for him once and we lost so much Mandalorian blood, da-da-da-da-da. And then he saved my son, and I will back it. And it's like, that's the kind of stuff that it resonates to me at this point in my life, because you can be at odds with somebody, but all of a sudden you find a common goal and a common purpose, and you're seeing them be a team. You're seeing them be a family, and you're seeing them actually wanting to rise to the occasion in order to help other people and stuff. And I love that about it, because I mean, in this day and age, you could spit on somebody just as much as you could give them your hand if they needed help. And I feel like in the last few years, especially, there's a lot of hate out there. So the fact that this show is doing something like that and showing the bonds of these people, the brotherhood of it, the familial part of it. The other side of it too is I've always been impressed with the galaxy outside of the Skywalker saga, because look at all those bounty hunters, look at all those aliens that are at the cantina, and it's like you're getting to be on the fringes of this finally. So it's really fun to examine that and have these pirate characters show up, or an IG-88 character who ends up being one of the most badass babysitters you've ever seen in your whole life. Like that whole bit with him riding in on the speeder bike and he's shooting everybody. I was cheering when I saw it because I could not get over how awesome that was.
I love, like, even what was it, the first season where the 2 biker troopers have Grogu in the bag and just kind of like smacking him around. Like there's just it's, I don't know, it's just a cool world within that Star Wars universe that doesn't have to revolve around lightsabers. Now, that being said, that Darksaber is pretty freaking cool. I think, like, the original trilogy, it was like lightsabers are cool because it's, just Luke and Vader and Obi-Wan and just lightsabers are badass. Yeah. Then you get to the prequel series, and the first episode, Phantom Menace, you get Darth Maul with the dual lightsaber, which was, I mean, come on, that's fucking badass. Then you get to the second movie, it's like, okay, now there's a million folks with lightsabers, and it's like, okay, now I'm having lightsaber overload. Like, I don't need this many. And so then it's, I think the Darksaber, since Phantom Menace, the Darksaber is the first time that I'm like, okay, this is a cool lightsaber moment. So
because it's not a Jedi using it. None of those people using it are Force. Now, Sabine Wren from Rebels, she may or may not be Force sensitive, and that's why she was able to work with it, and she was being taught by a Jedi how to wield it, because it is a lightsaber. But I love how they showed every time Din Djarin uses it, he struggles with it. Did I already say this? Maybe I was talking with a coworker.
Yeah, a little bit. No,
he struggles with it. Like, you can see that, like,
because
he gets one or two good moments in, and that's it.
Do you ever use like a high power pressure washer?
Yep.
Like, I feel like it's like that, but it's going both ways. Like, it's, it's pushing back against you, and you see him struggling when he's fighting with Paz Vizsla on the outpost in Book of Boba Fett. He's struggling with it when he,
but the trolls on Mandalore.
But Bo-Katan, when she uses it, she knows how to use it. And
I mean, that being said, hokey religion and ancient weapons is, no match for a good
blaster. Well, here's one other thing I'll say real quick about the Mandalorian that it sealed the deal for me is we've dealt with 2 trilogies about parents, father and son relationships, or even father-daughter relationships, if you want to go to Leia and her deal with Vader, like Jesse was talking about. And I love that, me being a father, I'm watching a show and eating up a show, or I'm getting to watch a father and son have these adventures together. And it speaks more to me because of that. And on top of it, yes, he's putting Grogu into these crazy situations. And in some case, like that one with the Mon Calamari dropping him into the water, and then the monster thing eats it, and then he's jumping in after it. And that was another case. He got saved there by people. It wasn't like he could figure that whole thing out. But it's really cool to see a father and son where he literally will do anything for that kid.
Yeah.
And it's like that to me in Star Wars is freaking cool, because so many kids grew up and now they're parents, and they would feel the same way if that was their kid, and they're seeing that on the screen, and it's like it makes you feel more heroic to be a parent watching that show, to go, yeah, like it just it works for me on that level too. And it puts it in a whole different way, like parenthood to me. So it's like that's kind of my trifecta. Why I'm gonna say I'm going to say yes, I agree with your hot take, because for me all those things speak so highly of the show. And any little clunkers anybody could bring up, it's like, yeah, but the overall show is so freaking good from start to finish, of at least last week episode or this week's episode, that I still want to show up for it every week. I need to know what happens with the story. Sorry, Jesse, I didn't mean to jump in on you.
No. I know. I don't think that hot take's a bad take or a wrong take. I think there's so much coming out. It might end up being one of my favorite, but
there's Ahsoka.
I still like Ahsoka. She is now the show might be a turd. It might flop. It might not land as strong as I want it to. Who knows? But
what's the direction you think they're going with her show? Like, I haven't seen the trailer, so I don't know kind of what happened in the trailer, but like where do you think her adventures are going to take her at this point in the Star Wars universe?
I'm not entirely sure. I think they're going to borrow very strongly from the Heir to the Empire series that Timothy Zahn did in the 90s. I think it's going to deal with like part of her coming to, because in Clone Wars she abandons the Jedi. Like she gets blamed for something, she walks away. She says she's not a Jedi anymore. Like she fights Vader in a sequence in Rebels, and he's like, "Oh, Jedi, you shouldn't blah blah," and she's like, "I'm no Jedi." Like I love that kind of take on her with that. But obviously we see her training, we see where she's at in Boba Fett and Mando season 2, and I think some of the things, like I don't want to get too specific to spoil what I think is going to happen, but I think it's going to be her coming to terms with, okay, I think she's going to accept or somehow be knighted a Jedi Knight in this series if she's not, because I don't know where she stands on that currently. And but I think it's going to have to do with characters. I think some of the stuff from Rebels and elements of the Zahn books from the 90s, I think they're going to somehow seed all that together to lead into, I don't know how much her story, I think it's going to lead into stuff in Mando with Moff Gideon and the cloning. I think that's going to lead to the Emperor side of the sequel series, and I think the Ahsoka stuff is going to lead to the First Order side of the sequel series.
So at this point in the timeline, as far as people within the Force, Jedi or Jedi type, it's really just Ahsoka, Luke, and then I guess you could kind of say Leia. Would that be correct, or are there other folks that are still have made it?
Big as the galaxy is, in my opinion, there's got to be more.
Gotcha.
They may not be full on Jedi, but like you know, when you watch the original movie, because all you see is Obi-Wan, Luke, and Vader in the original movies, and Yoda.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I believe like there was a mass thing, and anybody that has the Force is hiding it as best they can.
They showed that in Obi-Wan.
They show, yeah, you see that in Obi-Wan a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I think
maybe
I know
the people that have kind of what are prone to, you know, the Force but don't understand it. Maybe you know, kind of those kind of folks.
Yeah, I mean, there was a whole planet. I can't remember if they address it in Rebels or not, but there's a whole planet like where Darth Maul comes from, Dathomir. Like that's where the Force witches are. Like there's a whole planet of like Force sensitive people there. Like they're all very highly sensitive to the Force. Not all of them to the same levels, but like, or at least the females there are. And you know, yeah, Mace Windu might still be alive. Like personally, I don't want to see them keep bringing people who we accept as dead as coming back, but you know, Grogu got out. What happened to the Jedi that rescued him? We don't know what happened to Ahmed Best's Jedi post. You know, what happened between him fleeing the temple with Grogu to, because that's almost 25 years from the time. No, that's almost 30 years from the time he saves him from the temple to when Mando finds him in that like pile of trash on that planet. You know, like what's Grogu's story during that time period? You know, Ahsoka's out there. There's another character from Rebels that's a Force sensitive Jedi in training that may or may. I mean, I'm pretty sure they've confirmed he's coming back in the trailer.
So you kind of think that it's going to be her kind of coming back to the Force and becoming a Jedi and that kind of thing?
I think it's going to be her accepting her place in it. I don't, because clearly they announced today there's going to be a movie with Rey in a couple of years, with Rey like 15 years after Rise of Skywalker.
Didn't hear that.
Yeah, so there's 3 movies announced. One of them is Rey in 15 years after the Rise of Skywalker movie, she's either in the process of or starting to rebuild the Jedi Order.
Okay.
And so clearly the Jedi Order is struggling between Return of the Jedi and the sequel movies.
Thanks for watching, Thanos.
Yes. Have a good night. You know, so I don't think Ahsoka is going to go full on embracing the Jedi as an order and all that stuff, but like her place as a Jedi, I think is going to be a little bit, and I think it's going to become her being more of a mentor to some characters, and her whole thing with Thrawn, because again, that's all stuff set up in Rebels that they're kind of bringing full circle. But yeah, and that's one of the things I know a lot of people had problems with it, and like Sean, you were saying with the whole Skywalker story, like all the movies are heavily focused on this family, and that's interesting. But there's so much more than this family, and that's why I loved. As controversial as it is, and there are parts I don't like about The Last Jedi, but I love that moment at the end of the movie where that little kid's sweeping the broom, or he goes to sweep and he pulls it over to him with the Force. Because like that felt like me in my garage as a kid, you know, playing with a stick. Like I was like, yes, they just gave the Force back to everybody. You don't have to be a Skywalker. You don't have to be a bloodline Jedi. Like anybody could use the Force if you're sensitive enough to, which is how the original trilogy made me feel. And then they
just like stare at stuff and just like think really focused hard enough that you could really pull it to you.
Yeah. If I was ever had my like head down on the desk at school, I'd try to pull the pencil to me on my desk, you know?
That was definitely like one of the worst parts of the prequels for me, though. The minute they started getting into the midichlorian bullshit, I was like, oh, screw you guys. Like, I wanted it to be, if you just believed enough and you were trained enough, it was possible that you could access it, you know?
I mean, I mean, it's essentially like a type of bacteria. Like, it's on and in everything that's alive. So everything is connected by it. So, like, okay, cool. So essentially, Anakin just had a lot of like space fungus in him. Is essentially what the deal is, right?
So now we have Star Wars: The Last of Us.
Right.
Is what
Space fungus.
Wasn't causing the
Okay.
mutation, but like it's something that it's symbiotic.
he's a bubbler. Watch out.
But like that kid getting that broom, but then my biggest issue with Rise of Skywalker is they then make Rey Palpatine's like clone's daughter, which just like I liked her being nobody. I liked that she came from nowhere because like it like I don't need to have like why does having Palpatine's blood make you automatically like bad side adept to where she blows the ship up with the Force lightning? Like having her not related to Palpatine makes that scene more powerful to me because like that's just anger and hatred coming out of her for that moment because they took Chewie, not because she's got a genetic disposition for Force diabetes,
No, I agree. I agree with
like
that.
why
completely.
is it blood and so that's one thing I hope we see more of. Like not everybody who uses the Force needs to be a Jedi. Clearly, Maz Kanata has some sort of connection to the Force. We don't know what it is, but she's got some connection to the Force. It's a little more tribalistic, a little more spiritual than application in all this stuff. And I think, that there's cool elements to explore without being full on Jedi Knight, of the order, blah blah blah, or just the scoundrel with the blaster on his hip,
Well, I'll say, since we're talking about the Jedi real quick, one thing that I thought was probably my favorite thing Jedi-wise that happened this year so far, and for a few years now, is the whole, like, how did Grogu get out of the Jedi Temple when they played that scene out in Mando Season 3. I was actually donating plasma watching that scene, and I almost jumped out of the seat because I liked the fact that Ahmed Best had a really cool heroic moment, because out of anybody that you could have given the role of, you get to be the one to get Baby Yoda out of there, and how Baby Yoda is like loved to that extent, you give it to him.
I don't know who that is.
Ahmed Best played Jar Jar in the prequels, and he was somebody that, because of the hatred of the character, he had a lot of like depression, and he even had thoughts of suicide because of how much the fandom hated that character. And I think he also had a hard time getting jobs or something, if I remember right, too, afterwards. So and with how much they cut back that character even in the prequels because of how much the fans weren't into it. It's like, that guy probably went into episode 1 going, I'm in Star Wars, and by the end of it, he's like, oh, get me out of here, please. But the fact that I knew a little bit about that with him, and then when all of a sudden those doors open, don't worry, kid, we're getting you out of here, or whatever he says, that I was just like, that is so cool that they gave him that moment, And
well,
see, I don't know. I don't know shit, so I'm glad that I talked to you guys, because you guys know a lot more than I do.
I didn't realize this either when I watched at the time. I was like, that guy looks familiar, but I couldn't place him because I've only seen him like interviewed or as the behind the scenes as Jar Jar, where he's being kind of goofy.
Yeah,
I didn't realize he was on a YouTube show for Disney called like Young Jedi Temple or something like that. It was like a kids game show, and he was the character that saves Grogu on that show as like the host of the game.
Huh. Interesting.
I learned about that week.
Same here.
So I was like, oh, and then someone was like, oh, did you like Ahmed Best? I'm like, what? And then I was like, oh, is that who that was? And he was like, yeah. So I think that's really
kind of cool for him,
because I know he's in recent years he's been at a couple of the celebrations and stuff, and he's had a very welcome comeback from the fans again.
Yeah,
because those kids that are now in their late 20s, 30s that grew up with him.
Yeah,
a lot of them love him, not all of them, but like a lot of them, and they appreciate the actor for what he is. And I think that's really cool that he's getting that. That's such a badass moment of getting Grogu out of there.
Yeah,
I was happy for Hayden Christensen in the Kenobi series, because like he got a lot of hate too from the original prequel series. And I didn't think he was terrible. I think, obviously he could have had some better performances at parts, but I liked him and I was happy to have him come back. And that performance in Kenobi was spot on.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that he got a
Well,
chance to kind of get out there and, I don't know,
and
do his thing. So
you guys know me. Some people like to jokingly call me like Mr. Rogers in the Cabal because I'm always trying to like make everybody feel good and happy and all this stuff. But like those movies came out before social media was really a thing.
yep.
We had Kelly Marie Tran, who plays Rose, who, granted, they underused that character and made her more of a plot device than an actual character in that movie. I have nothing against her performance. I think that's a great character that they did not use effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Like stuff with her and other actors and actresses that like get chased off social media because people are trolling them so hard. Like, could and yeah, Jake Lloyd, like that guy's life has just been the
I
absolute
don't know who that is.
young. He was the little Anakin in Phantom
Oh,
Menace.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You ever see him in anything else?
No.
He gave
Yeah.
up acting, and he has some. I think he has schizophrenia or something.
Oh wow.
He's definitely
he's
got
got
some stuff going on.
Like severe issues, like
Mhm.
not just like, oh, I was a child star, like
Yeah.
severe
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah.
Jesse's hot take: be nice to each other.
Look, you don't have
I'm
to
the
like.
villain of the story now. Be nice.
I don't think you have to like everything. You don't have to, be happy about everything that comes out, but like you don't have to crap on everybody else's good time, like at the end of the day, George Lucas is the one who made the decisions that we probably don't like about in the in the prequels.
I'm gonna go ahead and crap on something then. Since you said that, just gonna throw out
taunting me now.
No, I got another hot take. I guess we'll see what you guys think. I think that Yoda and the entire Jedi Council in the prequel series are a bunch of morons. I think
1,000,000%.
I think that they are stupid as stupid can be. Yes. And it plays itself out in Clone Wars and the whole thing with Anakin, like the whole, this is the one that's going to bring balance to the Force. Okay, well, think about that for a second. You've got 40 Jedis and 2 Sith. How do you bring balance to 40 and 2? You eliminate a lot of the 40, right? So if this is the guy that's going to bring balance, guess what? A lot of you guys are going to die.
Or, maybe instead of teaching the Sith way where you have to possess and control everything versus the Jedi way where you own nothing matters to you. Maybe there's a balance between selfish and selflessness.
Right. And just, it plays itself out even more in Clone Wars where Palpatine is ahead of them every step of the way. And like to the point where he gets them to do the things that he needs done for him. It's not like it's Palpatine on this side and they're on this side. Like Palpatine's over here with him and he's like, oh, hey, maybe you should do this. Maybe you should do that. Like he's getting them to do the things that it takes to set up the Empire so that he can take over and he can be that guy. And I just think that for to be these wise Jedi, religious sect or whatever it is, they're a bunch of idiots. Like I just think they're stupid.
And that is why Yoda goes into exile. He didn't just fail because he didn't stop the Emperor in the Senate chamber fight scene. He failed the Jedi. He failed the galaxy in their role. Now, granted, he's very stuck in his ways, so he doesn't quite get over it when he's training Luke. But that's one of the things. That's again, it's books because I like reading, and it would be cool to see this worked in there some way. There's this whole book about Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon called Master and Apprentice, where it's early on in their career together, and Qui-Gon's thinking about letting Obi-Wan go because they don't get along, and like they have very different views. And then it's later revealed that they put Obi-Wan with Qui-Gon because Qui-Gon is the most rejecting of the council's teachings, and he's a little bit too free thinking in his ways, they put Obi-Wan with him because they knew Obi-Wan would rebel against his teachers. So how do you get someone to obey the rules? Put him with someone who doesn't obey the rules. So
Yeah.
his rebellion against his semi-rebellious teacher was to become lockstep with that. And that's part of what keeps him from ever really connecting with Anakin the right way and all this stuff. And yeah, the Jedi at the time of the prequels were, I'm not trying to make light of real world situations nor compare them exactly the same way, but like they're pretty much like the Catholic priests of today. Like they're to where the point where the entire galaxy turns on them because Palpatine's like, oh, look what they did to me. They turned on me. And everybody's like, Jedi are bad.
Right.
Everybody buys into it because most people, and they get into this thing, the Clone Wars stuff with season 7 with Ahsoka, most people never see the Jedi in person or get to know what they're about. And
yeah, because they don't develop emotional attachments.
Yeah, and they're off doing their own thing. They're the elites.
Mm-hmm.
And so some of the stuff Palpatine was selling Anakin wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff the Jedi were selling him was. Yeah, exactly. Dooch.
That was actually me.
Cha-cha-cha.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
How Palpatine so easily got the vote for no confidence, and Padme.
He got Padme to do it.
Got Padme to do it.
Yeah.
Because he was from the home world and he used the whole, like, her whole thing with her world against, and then he gets Jar Jar to do the emergency powers in Clone War or Attack of the Clones and stuff. Like,
yeah, this is how democracy dies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's such an awkward, corny line, but
I love it.
But it is one of the best lines in that movie, I think. Like,
it's one of the best lines in the entire prequel trilogy, if you ask me.
Yeah. And he just played him at every turn. So
yeah,
I just, like I said, once I started watching Clone Wars, I had a newfound respect for the prequel because I look at it through the eyes of just how Palpatine just manipulated the whole thing. Like, he is just a mastermind. But then, the whole stuff with him in the sequel series, I'm like, okay, I'm done with Palpatine. Like after Jedi, like, that's it. We don't need more Palpatine. He got thrown down the shaft. Let's move on.
I would have been fine with that. They could have worked it better.
Yeah.
But again, that's a whole nother show for another day. But
yeah, I don't know. All right. Well,
I didn't need him to come back, but I am not opposed to the idea of it. I just don't think they executed it very well.
Mm-hmm.
I think they could have done more with Snoke too. Although I did like the way that Snoke died. I thought that was.
I loved that. Like, the whole thing with Rey being nobody. I loved how he got taken out, where he was.
I loved how he was reading Kylo's mind, but he's thinking that Kylo's thinking about Rey, but Kylo's thinking about him, and it's just
because he showed his hand to Kylo at the beginning of that movie when he's kind of like beating him up for coming back as a failure for not bringing the girl. Like, he says some stuff, and it's like, oh, he just tipped his hat to Kylo Ren. So,
well, I'm sure because you read all these books and stuff like that. Like, what's Snoke's backstory? Like, where did
that's still shady. That's something I think, because you saw those clones in season 2 of Mando in that research center. I think that's what Grogu is, because he is. I think that's going to set up the cloning of Snoke and the Emperor side of.
Gotcha.
Well, I think between that and Ahsoka, between that and the formation of the First Order, there were times where I thought that Snoke was, in fact, a real person, that the Emperor was like possessing or using. Now I'm not totally sure if he wasn't like his own, if he was ever his own person and just a meat puppet that Palpatine made to manipulate people.
Oh, I love it. Meat puppet.
Yeah.
Stuff. Good stuff.
So yeah, there's 3 movies coming. There's one called I don't know if they gave it a name, but it's going to be about the very first, like essentially about the first Jedi, the first person discovering the Force, and it's like 25,000 years before the prequels.
Gotcha.
There's going to be a Mandoverse movie that Dave Filoni does, and then there's one that's Rey centric, 15 years after Rise of Skywalker, where she's bringing back the Order.
Gotcha.
There was the Ahsoka trailer today, Andor season 2, which I know you're super excited. And he's yawning as soon as I said Andor.
As soon as you said Andor, it's like it just came on me. I didn't even know.
A whole bunch of figures. The plastic-free packaging is going away from Hasbro.
And then coming back.
Huh?
Oh, it's like they make a decision, then they go this way, then they're going to go back.
Like,
yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, anytime I go to any store and I see like a bottle of, like shampoo or something, like same great product, new bottle, I'm like, what's wrong with the old bottle? Now I got to learn the way this new cap system works and how they fit in my hand. Like,
it's one of those things where it's like, we're going to do this virtue signaling over here and just show that we care about the environment. Oh, you're not going to buy our shit and we're going to lose money. We're going to go back this way. It's like, or the environment's important until we lose money. Then the environment's not important.
I mean, they're making toys. They're not that and yeah, it's 100% virtual. Like
I read a Dilbert once where the boss tells Dilbert to replace all the styrofoam cups with paper cups in the coffee room, and he goes, well, there's statistically there's no difference, it's not really better for the environment than the styrofoam cups. And he goes, we don't care about being a company that is better for the environment, we care about being a company that looks like we care about the environment.
Right.
And that's what it is. It's like, how can we try to earn some points with people? Oh, it didn't work. Okay, we're going to go this way.
Well, the dumbest thing about that is they're literally selling you plastic anyway. So why the hell does it matter?
Yeah.
Well, their take on that was the plastic that they're selling you in the form of the figure.
You're going to keep
it's not going to the trash. But whatever. But if you really care about it, like as a consumer, if you care, you can recycle that stuff. Like even the plastic can be recycled. I mean, I recycle all my plastic and cardboard.
Yeah.
So,
and it's a whole thing. Like, oh, we're trying to be green. It's like, all right, you're paying so many people to like, you're off paying this, your carbon footprint. Like you're not actually being green. You're again, not trying to attack Catholic Church, but you're buying indulgences. You're paying for people to pray for you in heaven to keep sinning the way you're sinning here on earth.
Right.
It's like you're not really doing anything other than making it look like you are.
If you were selling direct to consumer via like pre-orders in your mailing, so if you're, let's say, Super 7, right, and you're selling directly to consumers and you wanted to eliminate plastic windows, I think, hey, more power to you. Do what you think is right. But if you're putting something on retail shelves, people want to see what they're buying. Like, I can't tell you how many toys that I've gone to buy at a store and it's got a derpy eye or it's got a, whatever, the paint's like out of place or something. You want to see what it is that you're buying there. And
absolutely.
It's just not a good idea, but whatever.
Like I conceptually, I think especially Hasbro, they've gotten a lot better with their paint apps. I haven't seen as much problem with them lately. My other issue, the reason I'm not buying Hasbro is other reasons than their packaging. It just happened to line up in the same time,
That they suck? That the Star Wars series is terrible?
Well, terrible is a strong word, but it's not up to the standard I was getting, and just
It's not only is it not
It's-
up to the standard, but the thing that's funny is the price keeps going up, the quality is not getting any better, and it's from the same company that's putting out a GI Joe line that looks phenomenal. Like, how
Right.
can you do this so well, and your Star Wars series looks terrible, or it's a bunch of repaints, or it's the same figure that we've gotten 15,000 times?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's not even that the stuff's not getting better. I feel like some of it's getting worse. Like same with the Marvel Legends. I feel like the plastic they're using on some of those things are just getting worse. And but again, that's a whole other thing, you know. I mean, yeah. Like stop giving me these live streams from Hasbro, because clearly nobody's talking about most of these products. I think the GI Joe people maybe a little bit, and some of the other ones are into what they're doing, but I feel like the Star Wars team barely know what Star Wars is, let alone are genuinely excited about it, other than it's what they work for. But that's just my opinion.
If somebody's buying it and they like it, hey, we are happy for you.
Yes.
We are not trying to shit your cereal.
Look, my buddy Douglas bought the Wicket today, the Black Series Wicket. So it's an Ewok. It's this big compared to the regular, 6-inch figures.
Did you see the Super 7?
It's the same price. It's the same price as the regular figures.
Did you see the Super 7 Willow figures that they announced?
The reaction ones?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really. Yes.
It's they're not great looking. I mean, it's reaction, but
their reaction, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I would have had those in 1988 when they came out, I would have been thrilled out of my mind.
Yeah.
All we got were those little, basically at the time, like tabletop lead figures or whatever.
Yeah, they were like little night figures that you buy at like the Learning Source.
Yeah.
Only they were Willow figures.
And they were just painted black instead of like blue and red.
I couldn't tell you how many times I looked at the Mad Mardigan figure and my heart always was broken because I wanted to have a 5-point of articulation version to actually like, oh, I'm going to have him fight the troll today. No, he's stuck in that pose. And it's like, oh, come on.
I'll say to this, could it be, I think part of it is the IP, because like, I'm sure because anything they have to license out, there's a big portion of that goes right back to the main.
Do they own G.I. Joe?
G.I. Joe is their property, just like
Okay.
D&D is now Hasbro property.
Gotcha.
But with the movie ones, they have to pay a likeness,
Gotcha.
for the actors or contract, whatever. But, and yes, Eldor, I 100% agree that we do need, like, there's a comment about Legos washing up on a beach. A, I want to go to that beach because Lego parts are awesome. B, that is terrible that Legos are washing up on a beach, because who's throwing the Legos in the ocean?
And I hope nobody's stepping on them, because
kids are throwing them in the ocean, because kids are. I don't have kids, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop talking about how horrible kids are, because kids are great.
Just so everybody that's watching this knows, we don't have anything against kids. Yes. If you like kids and you have kids, we enjoy them. We're not trying to shit on your kids. That didn't come out right.
Well, now we know what the new bumper sticker will be.
We're not trying to shit on your kids.
Advises
yes.
you not
No.
to
Well, gosh. Definitely not. Look, kids make me uncomfortable because, like, if I go to the toy store, I'm by myself. There's no kids with me. So if I go into the toy section and there's like an unsupervised child, like, why do they come stand next to me? I am not related to you. Like, I'm not going to do anything to you. But why are you near me? I am a stranger.
You as a friendly.
I think, it's 2023. I think we can all admit that toy aisle is not for kids. It's for adult men. Mm-hmm. Kids need to just stay out of there. Okay. Go to the video game section where you belong.
Look, I know it's their section. Like, so when I see the kid, if I can, I move away and circle around till they're gone. Because I don't want some parent coming like, hey, why are you near my kid? And I'm like, I just want to buy a toy. Like, your kid is of no interest to me. It's not my fault I look like Chewbacca. Well, yes, it is. I could shave my beard and not be so fuzzy, but whatever.
Not be so fuzzy.
Fuzzmonk for life. Hashtag.
Damn straight. No, yeah, I mean, look. Hey, Will White's here. What's up, Billy Beige? Yeah, it's too soft.
Billy, you missed some good content in the first hour. You might want to go back and
a
lot of meme-worthy content in the first hour.
Absolutely.
You realize we're rounding out we're about to hit hour 3 right now.
Yeah, but hour 1 was kind of out there. I was trying to keep the show going while you were figuring out some technical issues. And
look,
there
is no reason, unless I'm at Sean's house or my friends that have kids or with my nieces, and there's no reason for me to be around kids. So I'm not around kids a lot. So I'm just a little uncomfortable because I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this thing? Like,
wait, what thing?
The kid.
Like, do I feed it? Can it have grapes? Is it allowed to have peanuts? Like, what? What is it allergic to?
So
I don't know what Minecraft is. Why is Jason Momoa going to be in a Minecraft movie?
The funny thing is this actually reminds me of something.
The kids asking you these questions about Jason Momoa?
No, I'm asking that. There's a Minecraft movie supposedly in the works with Jason Momoa, and it's like, why?
I don't know.
He is the most unpixelated person I've ever seen in my life.
That's true.
I think that kids don't play with toys. They don't buy them anymore. It's a fact. They need to stay out of the toy aisle. It should be like the Family Dollar movie where Family Dollar video where they had to go through the secret wall that Jesse didn't know about with the movies in the back room. That's where the toys should be. They should be in the secret adult section that only the
all right, this is getting weird now. This is getting weird now.
They have a guy standing at the door, and you have to know the secret handshake to get in.
you gotta card everybody coming up. What are you buying? Toys.
I'm gonna buy a shake weight.
If that's how you're shaking hands, I think you're doing it wrong.
That's not how you shake hands.
It's been 44 years. No wonder people don't like me.
They put all the alcohol and the toys in the same section and then lock it off, and only adults can come in.
There's no legal reasons. There's no any reasons other than it just doesn't. I'm not around kids a lot. It's just kind of like if someone gives me a bird, I'm not going to know what to do with it. It's the same with kids. Like that ship has sailed for
handing you birds.
No, but like why
a bird in the hand?
My one coworker, she's like, "Hey, do you want to come babysit my kid?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Why not? He's a great kid." I'm like, "I don't want to be responsible for your offspring. Like I'm not a responsible person." Okay,
as long as they're not embossed, then I'm good to be in the aisle.
I have plastic dishes in my apartment. I have plastic cups. I have plastic plates because guess what? I am clumsy as shit. The less glass I carry around, the glass, china, whatever, ceramic, whatever nonsense people actually eat off of, the less chances I'm going to break it. If I melt a plate in the microwave, that's fine. I can just, whatever. I can throw it in the ocean for the turtles to eat and the lady to turn into Legos or whatever. But I don't know where I was going with that. I'm not responsible is what I'm trying to say. So don't, like Sean see me with his kids. Like, I'm afraid of them.
No, they like you. They want to know when they can come over again.
I'm still afraid of them.
I told them they need to show up when they graduate. That's how it works.
All right, that sounds like this is making it worse for me.
No. It's just like they're in a higher age bracket and can appreciate what is in your apartment better.
Like, I don't want kids in my apartment. I don't. That's not true.
No,
well, all right.
Here's the thing.
Just like I don't want a cat in here.
You got enough.
Stop talking. I'll help.
Right. I don't want a cat in here.
I had my kids at your place twice now, if I remember right. I think I had Evan there by herself one time, and we watched a movie, and then I had both of them there. And the entire time we were in your apartment, I was on red alert through most of it, worrying what Hayden was grabbing. And then Evan was kind of just minding her own business. But anytime Hayden got up, I'm like, oh, crap, he's over there. He's doing this. Oh, my God, Legos. And it's like, yeah, your place is the most it's like your place is what Toys R Us used to be. And so my kids walking in there just figure, oh, I can grab whatever
Sensory
I want.
overload.
And then I'm the one like, oh dear God,
No, your kids have been pretty good. I mean, when last time Hayden was here, he was smaller, he was young. Like, if there's a straight line, that's space to run. Like, if I walk too fast, I get nervous in here. So seeing a small human sprinting through my apartment makes me nervous because I'm like, oh my gosh, his head is going to bounce off of something. Not what's going to happen to my toys. I'm like, is this child going to crack his head open on
versus
a bookshelf or something?
You worrying about that, and I'm the one worrying about your Lego collection. I'm like, oh, he'll bounce back. He's like,
stuff is stuff. I'm not worried about my stuff. Like
And I'm just rubbing Jesse's pops against my lips.
We got to get back to that because you were saying about the new bottles, and I'm
it's
like,
a One Tree Hill pop.
He goes. Well, why are they making the new bottle? What was wrong with the old one? Well, the old one Curtis wouldn't rub against his lips enough, so obviously they had to make a new bottle. That's just how it works.
What's up, Brick? What world are we in? Right now we're talking in the chaos that is my apartment and children.
Yeah. But we did hit a lot of Star Wars.
A lot of Star Wars.
As well as some Marvel or some X-Men and some embossed comics and cups and things that I like to rub on my face.
All right,
and that was probably the gem of the episode right there.
I have some tiki cups, and I have like the Lord of the Rings cups that came out with Fellowship of the Ring that like you flip the little switch on the bottom and the red light came on. They were like glass from Burger King or whatever. They're all embossed, so please don't. If you ever get to come over, don't.
He'll be double fisting these cups.
If you do, just make sure I can't see and don't film it and put it online. Like if I don't know, it'll be fine.
Gotcha.
Jesse Daycare sounds like a good movie. Oh my gosh. Look, I was a nanny for a while, sort of.
Kindergarten Cop with Jesse in the Arnold Schwarzenegger role.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
That would be great.
Quit eating everyone's lunches. Stop it.
How much of a discount can you get me on Mythic Legion?
The fire drill part. Carrying them out.
Oh,
good show.
Yeah. Look, when I was 9, I was my dad was watching my niece. She was a baby, and she woke up in the middle of the night crying. My dad didn't wake up, so I got out, gave her a bottle, got her back to sleep at 9. That's it. That was my peak moment of caring for a child.
I'll tell you, I've been a parent now for many, many years, and that's pretty much it. You wait for them to make noise, and then you throw food in their mouth. So that's the whole thing.
I mean, I can barely do that for myself. I mean, clearly I get the food in my mouth, but I don't think any of us
are hurting in that area.
It's a percentage thing,
Kids are surprisingly durable.
Yes,
you can bang them around a lot of things and just kind of really slam them into the wall.
Like Sean was worried about my toys. If they were my kids, I wouldn't be as worried, but they're not mine. So at least I definitely don't have any kids.
No, definitely.
Definitely not. Definitely
no. Yeah.
Judge Wapner.
Wapner's on.
Yeah. Well,
I farted.
That's a sound clip right there too.
I laughed so hard. Okay, so today at work, I'm sitting in the break room at work, and are you guys familiar with the old Greg skit from Mighty Boosh?
No.
Oh. Well, old Greg was essentially the pirate captain on Mando last week. It's this it's like this seaweed guy, and the one guy's out on this boat in England. It's this weird, hilarious British.
I think I know what you're talking about.
And the guy's like, "My name's Old Greg." He's like,
"Yes."
So it's a moment that makes me laugh. and my coworker knows this. So I'm sitting there eating my lunch in the break room by myself, and he comes in all the way from the back warehouse with a framed piece of artwork for one of our commercial jobs. He just brings it in, and it looks like pastel swirls, like in a white frame. And he goes, he's like, I call this one as close as you can get to Easter without being dyed egg, and just like runs away. I laughed so hard. My vision dropped and something popped inside my head. I thought I was blacking out. Now, Sean has seen me vomit at least 3 times because I was laughing so hard. I don't know where I was going with that.
I've seen you laugh so hard you've actually honked.
Yeah,
more than a couple times.
Yes. If my mic ever goes off, it's because I'm probably honking on the side of the camera, and my head goes down.
Was the picture textured? Like,
I didn't run my lips over it, so I don't know. It was behind glass.
Gotcha. Okay.
So oh yes, Will, exactly. Yes, that moment was great. Think about it. Your tongue, even if it's never touched it, knows what stuff feels like. Like Castle Grayskull behind Sean.
Yeah.
I've never licked a Castle Grayskull, but I guarantee you that my tongue knows exactly what that feels like.
Yeah.
And right now he's pursing his lips going, I really want to feel that on my face.
No, I was actually looking at my microphone because it's got like the little edges and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's negative.
All right, I think we need to let Curtis go. This is going to turn into a different kind of show.
All of a sudden, he's like, ow, ow.
Oh, man.
Yes. Curtis might have missed the cast. Okay. Yeah.
I think Dooch is going to be proud of us.
I think so. He's going to have a lot to live up to next week. Speaking of folks, tell all your friends and family, OffWORLD is coming regularly every other Friday.
All 4 of you out there.
Yes.
There's 7 currently.
But 3 of those are us.
It will be a lot less random because you know what? Matt
Oh shit.
Dooch is the button pusher, the pencil pusher, the page turner, the
button
planner.
masher, button smasher, yes. Button thrasher, laser, blazer, all the Azers.
Master blaster.
Little dodgeball for you.
I don't know.
Yes. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
OffWORLD will be back next Friday night. I think 9:00.
Oh, he's starting. We should just censor this part now.
We're gonna pull. Curtis has hit. All right, in college, I had roommates in college. We shared a suite. So instead of 2 guys in each room with a bathroom in between, like the suite, there's 3 of us. We all slept in one side of the suite, and the other side was like the TV lounge room. So like office side / study, bedroom side, other side, hangout room, right? So sometimes if we'd go to sleep, we'd just start like telling stupid jokes or whatever. And if it got past 2:00, we called it the accursed hour. So it feels like 25 years removed from that. The accursed hour is moved from 2 a.m. to 12 a.m. for Sean and I, well, at least me, and 11 for Curtis. Cause like it's getting loopy up in here. You're hurting Will. Look what you're killing him. You're tearing me apart.
I was really tired one time, and I remember I was trying to stay awake for something, And I was telling my wife, I'm like, what's weird is that like there's a microscope that like sees things really small, and then there's like a telescope that sees things like really far, but then there's like a telephone that has a microphone inside of the telephone. And like my mind was like and like I had been awake for like I don't know, like 30 something hours, and I was just like crazy, like that a telephone has a microphone inside of it.
It's like
maybe a telescope has a microscope inside of the telescope.
That's like that episode of Friends where John Lovitz shows up and he grabs mac and cheese out of this cabinet because, oh my God, we gotta eat this. It's just very like random, but you're like, what is happening here? It's like there was a day when I first started working in graphic design. There was this one day where I had to write the word free, and I had to use all these different fonts to figure what font I wanted to use. And at some point during my day, my brain snapped, and I kept looking at the word free going, I think I spelled that wrong. And everybody was like, no, that's right. I'm like, no, it's wrong. It doesn't look right anymore because you're looking at the same thing over and over and over. And after a certain point, your brain doesn't register these things anymore. And suddenly everything is wrong. Left is right, up is down. And I don't think I ever came back from that. I honestly think I'm in Bizarro World even to this day. So,
well, all right. Our viewer count has gone up one in the last 5 minutes
because they hear that I'm rubbing my lips on things. All right, embarrassing story. Go. I got another one lined up. I got one ready, but you guys, I need something.
Why don't you drop that hot deuce on us right now, Curtis?
Okay. This was my most embarrassing moment. I'm like in college. Yes.
Okay.
In college. It was a business ethics class, was the class that I was in. And it was just a small classroom, maybe, I don't know, 15 people or something, and the teacher, right?
Who in business has ethics? So yeah, exactly. It's a small class.
So I'm in the class, and like while I was in college, I was working 3 jobs. Like I was working a full-time job, 2 part-time jobs, and then I went to school on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I went morning classes and night classes. So I went to school all day Tuesday, Thursday, and worked every other day of the week. So I was always
inadequate.
I was always tired. Like I was like for 4 years, I don't know that I slept except in class. Sometimes in class I would fall asleep. So I'd fallen asleep in this class, and I'm doing one of these just kind of, like this. So it looks like I'm looking down at my textbook or something, but I'm right. And the teacher's teaching the classes something, and I let out the loudest, longest fart of my entire life. And it was one of those ones where you wake yourself up farting. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like who did that kind of thing. And so I do one of these where I like wake up from the fart, and I look around, and everybody's looking at me. And I just go, meh. And I put my head back down and went back to sleep. Because that's the only thing I could think to do. After the class, I walked out. I never went back to that class again. I took it again the next semester because I was like, I can't go face these people ever again. So I did not go back to the class.
Oh,
there you go. Your guys' turn.
Okay.
What you got for me?
You want to go, Jesse?
Sure.
You want me to go?
I mean, I've got one. I can tell. Is it embarrassing if no one witnessed it?
If it embarrasses you, then yeah.
I mean, if I don't tell the story, it's not as embarrassing.
Possibly.
Whatever, man. Drop that deuce.
I mean, okay. I was about 9 or 10. My parents were divorced. I was with my dad for the summer, for the weekend, whatever it was that time period. And we had driven about an hour away he was painting a house. It was like a it wasn't like he was working as like painting houses. That was one of his jobs. One of the things he did at the time was repainting the inside of houses.
Right.
And it was my oldest brother's in-laws' house. They had moved from in town out to the countryside. So they're getting it ready to sell it. And we were there painting. I would ride my bike up to this is about as sports as I get. The Washington Redskins had their like spring training, so it must have been springtime. So spring training at the Carlisle High School. So I would ride my little, dirt bike up to the I don't know, it was a 10-speed, I think. Anyway, it was up to the high school and, drop the bike off, go in and watch. I don't know why. I was bored. I sat there about 5 minutes and I'd go play in the playground. I was hanging out and I was like, oh, I got to go to the bathroom. I didn't make it. So I'm riding my bike down the street of this town I'm not familiar with, but I knew enough how to get back to their house. And I'm riding this 10-speed at like 9-10 years old. And I crap my pants on the bike. So I didn't know how to like stand up on the pedals to pedal.
Oh,
it's
boy.
An 80s 10-speed. Like they didn't have the nice big cushy seats. They were like the little like, and I was like, Dad. So I had to go upstairs into this abandoned houses, not abandoned, but like empty houses bathtub. He had to drive all the way back to Camp Hill from Carlisle, get my clothes I brought for the weekend and bring them back and bring like a towel and soap so I could clean up. So yes. That's why I said drop that hot deuce as the embarrassing story, because that was in my mind as my most embarrassing story, and that just fell out of my mouth, much like the deuce fell out of
somewhere else.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, I've got another deuce story, but I'll let Sean. Do you have one that you real quick, or you want me to?
I got. Let's see.
Sean's never done anything embarrassing his entire life.
I can tell you. All right, I'll tell you of the harrowing event that was junior going into senior year of high school, summer vacation. So I started dating my high school girlfriend at the end of my junior year, and she and I through that summer were getting more and more intimate with each other and stuff, and eventually it led to me deciding I'm going to basically steal my mom's car at night after they go to bed and go visit her. And sometimes we would go to different parking lots or different secluded places. And, like when it was close to sun up, we'd go, okay, we got to get home. And I'd drive her home as fast as I could or whatever. So this one day, we ended up parking, and basically it was remember the lane going to my house, Jesse? It was like a half mile through the woods, but we parked halfway through there, and I want to say it wasn't even sunrise yet, but we were in the back of the car. I had underwear on, she had nothing on, and all of a sudden I see lights, but they're coming from my parents' house, and there's no other way you could have any other lights coming from down there, or from up there. And I look and I'm like, that's my dad's truck lights, and she's freaking out. Luckily I had a blanket in the back, and she's trying to cover herself up. And she said to me in the aftermath of this, she goes, I don't know how you did it, but 1 second you were laying next to me, and the next second you flipped into the driver's seat. It was like Luke Skywalker doing the flip, And I got in the driver's seat, literally wearing just boxers, and I'm gunning it down the road. And I'm driving like crazy down all these back roads trying to get her home before I got before we got caught, which meant that I could not get her home in time, and her parents would catch her. Right. On top of that, my dad is high speed chasing after us down these back roads in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. And then a cop car shows up. And I was lucky enough that the cop car didn't even hit my car, because I pulled out in front of it because I was trying to get out of the way so bad. And all this crazy shit happens. Long story short, I get her to her place. And then I'm trying to drive around thinking of anything possible to do before I went home and actually saw my own death before my eyes, knowing this. There's no way I can talk anybody out of this. My dad saw the car there. He knew that was my mom's car. And obviously I wasn't home. Things were bad. And it's like I basically I had a job over the summer of I worked at a local tree nursery. I was supposed to go and water that morning all over the different shrubs and trees and stuff. I got there too late, so they basically go, "You got to go home. We're already done with our job." And I'm like, "Oh, I gotta go home." Okay, so I get home and my dad's standing in the driveway like a Superman pose, only like, "Oh dear God," and like his first words to me, which I'm wondering, okay, well, how's this gonna go? First words, "Get out," and I'm like, "Oh God!" Like I never heard my dad yell at me like that in my entire life. And then I get out of the car, and then the rest of the day is literally me having to explain what happened. So that went into my whole sex life in front of my parents, and yeah, and that was just like all sorts of crazy. It was definitely not something I pictured myself having to sit down and discuss with my parents at all. And I thought I was being so sneaky, and it turned out I just completely shit the bed on that one. So
Not literally, but
I shit the bed figuratively with all the planning of stealing the car and thinking it was really cool. I was like, why were you thinking a scenic destination even fucking mattered, you tool? You're not there to watch anything out the windows, obviously. Why are you worried about this? So yeah, not my best moment for so many reasons.
so all right, I'm gonna bring it back down to Deuce Lane as Bill says over there. So I hope my mom never watches this episode. So my grandparents had a cabin in Tennessee, and one time we went to go stay at the cabin with them, and they were doing fishing at night, and then during the day we'd kind of swim. There was a little lake there, and so we'd go fishing, we'd swim on the lake, whatever. So it's daytime. I'm out, me and my sister out swimming kind of in the lake, whatever. And I get this rumble in my belly. Things are not going well. Like stuff's happening. And I start, like, I'm kind of far out on the lake, not super far, but far enough. I start making my way to shore to try to get to the cabin, and I start cresting. So, I mean, it's turtle head poking out, looking, yeah. And I realize, like, this is a massive thing coming. Like, this isn't, this is like a big one. And there's no way I'm making it up, up to the whatever, the shore, drying off, getting into the cabin, getting into the bathroom before this thing is halfway out. So I make the decision, I'm just gonna shit in the lake. Like, I'm just gonna like I am now. Keep in mind, my sister's swimming over near me, and I've just made the decision, I'm shitting in the lake. There's no way I'm making it, so I'm doing this. So I drop trow. Luckily, it's kind of murky water anyway, so I'm like, you can't really see underneath it. I'm dropping trow, and I push this sucker out, and it's like I'm straining them, and I get this thing out, and I feel for a moment, I feel relief, like, okay, that wasn't so bad. Whatever it happened, whatever. And then I turn, and it's floating on top of the water. Okay. So, without thinking, I reached out and grabbed it. Oh, jeez. And I dove underwater and smashed it into the mud at the bottom of the lake. and then just stomped it with my feet, and I could feel it like squishing between my toes
Oh
as I stomped it into the bottom of the lake. And then I just kind of wiped my hand, like kind of did one of these into the water, and went inside and dried off, and didn't go back in the lake the rest of the time we were there. But I let my sister continue to swim in it.
Oh my god!
So there you go.
The only thing that could have made that story better was if it was Leslie Nielsen doing it in a Naked Gun movie, and it like turns into a snake, and he's trying to fight it. That story was so damn close.
I tell you what, when I saw that thing floating on the water, I'm like, oh no! Like I don't know. I was like, I gotta smash this in the mud. I gotta get this down there.
It needs to be destroyed, no matter the cost.
I waffle stomped the shit out of it, man. It was bad.
Oh, I don't think I've laughed that hard for at least a couple weeks. Holy God.
I mean, this was definitely the Bear Doll episode.
Boy. The only other embarrassing thing that even remotely came to my head is like not even a fifth as awesome as that thing.
Yeah.
That took the cake. That's like no one else is allowed to even say anything else about embarrassing moments, because that one is just like, that one's boom.
I got a proud embarrassing moment.
All
right, so I'm in college. There's this girl I like. A group of us have gone to her house for spring break. Now, spring break, I went to a relatively conservative Christian college. So, I had to sign like lifestyle waivers that we're not going to go drink and do all this stuff, right? So, I mean, I was 19 or 20. Like, I was very unexperienced. I had one kiss at that point. All right.
Okay.
So I'm not like, yeah. So I like this girl. We go to her house for spring break. Her house is essentially the north or the Minnesota side of Fargo, which is I don't remember what it's called anymore. It's like Fargo's on the North Dakota side of the line, and then there's whatever her town was. So we go up there, have a fun week. A group of us hanging out. There's like 5 or 6 of us that I drove up in my van, and there's some chemistry. It's clicking, and I'm like, all right, ask her something embarrassing, and then ask her to like the formal at the end of the school year. It wasn't like a dance or anything. It was just like a nice meal and
Gotcha.
and every everybody gets dressed up or whatever, right? Like proper clothes, which. I just wanted an excuse to ask her out on a date, and that was like the thing you did at this school, right? So we're talking. Everyone else has gone to bed. We're just sitting on the couch, hanging out, talking. A great time, sharing stories and everything. And then I just look at her and I say, "Do you pick your nose?" And she was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, like." Not like in front of people, not like to eat it, but like you're
not like
alone.
you eat it.
You're just there, and you just like you got to reach in there and pull something out. And she's like, I guess. I was like, okay. And then she asked a question. We had established we were asking, it was ask a question, answer a question, back and forth. So she asks a question. And
her question was, "What the fuck was that all about?"
I don't remember what her question was.
How quickly can I get out of here? That was her
next. No, it was her house. Like
how quickly can you get out?
Dude, no, it worked because then she asked a question, answered the next question. I was like, "Hey, would you go to the whatever spring formal with me?" And she was like, "Yeah." Like she was on board. Like so, like it worked. Again, that was probably like peak boldness for me at that point in my, ever.
There you go, Billy. If you need any help at Legion's Con, that is the nose picking pickup line for
there
you.
You go.
If you're but see, I don't think like Billy's got more confidence. No, we stayed up. We stayed up for like another hour talking. Like we we kind of were dating for a couple of weeks or a couple of days. I don't remember. It was college, you know, church girls are weird in college. Yeah. And I was weird. Like I, you know, I know I had my own flaws and everything. I'm not trying to say that, but yeah. Do you fart with that? Because it's one of those questions. Like I knew it was a ridiculous, but like it was me. It wasn't even so much that I cared how she answered it. It was just like, can I get myself to ask this embarrassing question? If I can do that, I can ask her out, and it worked.
All right, I got another one lined up. Sean, you got one?
All right, I got the one that I was gonna offer up before I did my crazy ambiance story, as Billy Beige is calling it. So I took theater arts in, what was it, junior year? I think it was junior or senior year. I took a theater arts course, and the end of the year, we had to do a play in front of the English classes. So we ended up putting it on, I think, 2 or 3 times that day, where like a bunch of the English classes came down and they watched us do this. And it was a serious play that one of she was a senior. So yeah, it had to be my junior year. So this one senior picked it out. I think it was called Addict, or it was about addiction. It was about the different ways you could be addicted to things. And I ended up having to play a father whose son ended up getting addicted to, I think it was steroids. He was trying to work out. And I was supposed to be the macho dad who, you know, my boy should be playing football and all this. And I'm like, you realize who I am, right? Like that's not me, but okay, I'll play the role. So the scene that I had where I'm like discussing how I feel my son is worthless or whatever, I'm paired with one of the practical jokers in the class. So this kid was kind of like a roly-poly kind of a kid. He always had this like fast laugh that would get everybody else laughing. It was always infectious. And I just look at him all the time in class, and he automatically could make me laugh just because the guy just had this aura of, he just had that vibe. Like, yeah, he's doing something, even if he's quiet, there's something in his head he's about to do to make you start laughing in a second later or whatever. And on top of that, he wore a big bushy beard to play this role, which we didn't need to do it. He decided to do it because he wanted to look older. So he looked freaking dumb to begin with this beard on. And then I'm standing out there, and we're literally in front of like a decent majority of the junior and senior class, right? On stage, they even are doing the spotlights for us and all this stuff. Well, when they get to our part of me complaining about my kid, the spotlight comes over and he's looking right out of the audience, and the spotlight blinds him. So then he turns to look at me like nothing happens, and he's going like this. And he's like blinking, and he's like stumbling even, because at this point he's really going to fall off the stage if something is going to happen. And so I'm there, like, I'm trying to stay in character, and I'm trying not to laugh, and I just start laughing because I can't help it. The guy's making me laugh in class so many times, and on top of that, and just in general, this moment is unfurling in front of me. I'm like, this isn't working. And I'm like, all I keep thinking in my head is stay in character. And I can't. I just keep, every time I try to say a line, I just like start like burping out another laugh because it's coming out fast and furiously. And we literally just had lunch on top of this. So I'm laughing and I'm losing the whole thing of the play. And he's doing the whole stay in character. And I look over at him, and he's still batting his eyes and, you know, moving around like Frankenstein. And I ended up doubling over, and I let out such a loud laugh. And all of a sudden I farted as loud as possible on the stage in front of everybody in this auditorium. And I'm like, how am I supposed to do this? So basically I gave him a look like he did it, even though I knew it was me, but he was the practical joker guy.
You pulled a Maverick.
I got through the scene, and then we got off stage. And then right after we get off stage, and obviously there were people in the seats laughing. They didn't know who did it, but they were laughing, and they saw me doubled over. They figured it might have been him anyway. But then somebody went backstage and told the teacher exactly what happened. She walks up to me. She goes, "Did what I just hear really happen out there?" I go, Yeah, it kind of did. And then she doubled over and started laughing because she couldn't even get over what just happened. But I'm just there like, all these people just heard me like loose in this auditorium and it echoed. This is horrible. So yeah, that was my last time on stage, and I don't regret that because that needed to be done at that point. That was my very, very short career in acting.
That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna tell you guys a little story about the one and only time I ever rollerbladed.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
Sounds like this one's got wheels.
Yeah, a little bit. So I always liked roller skating. Like it was one of those things, like when I was a kid, it was just what the kids did. Like you would go to the roller skating rink and, you'd do all the things and stuff. And so at one point I'm like, I'm going to get me some rollerblades. I think that would be cool. And I'm probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 at the time. And I remember, I used to walk to school. So from where my house is to where the school was about a mile walk. And it's like down the main road, like the main road of the town that I live in. And at the end of the road is the school. And at the school, there's an elementary school at the top of the hill. And then at the bottom of the hill is the high school. So my idea was, because I didn't know how to rollerblade, I didn't know how to go, right? Because the way that I always roller skated was I used the little rubber stopper at the front and I just kind of pushed myself forward. So, so I didn't know how to go with rollerblades. So I figured I'll go to the top of the hill, and then that way momentum will take me down and I can learn how to rollerblade that way. So I get these new rollerblades. I think I got it for my birthday or something. And I walk down to the school. And this is on the weekend, so it's like Saturday. There's no school in session or anything like that. So I walk down to the school, put on the rollerblades, start going down the hill. And it's going pretty well. Like I'm staying upright. I'm, picking up some speed. And I'm like, this is kind of cool. And then I realized that I have no fucking clue how to stop. And I'm going faster and faster down this hill. And it's a pretty steep hill. And at the bottom, it kind of goes into the parking lot, but if I can't stop, I'm going to hit this curb and basically die. So I make the decision that what I'm going to do is, and it's like a driveway that, it's like a big, path from the elementary school down to the, the cars go on. So it's paved. And I'm like, I make the decision. What I'm going to do is just throw myself backwards, kind of do like a wrestling, back flop on my butt and, slap my hands down and try to stop myself. So that's what I do. I throw myself backwards and I, kind of flop on the ground and I still continue to skid down the hill quite a bit. I get up and I was going really fast. So when I skidded on the pavement, it wore holes in the ass cheeks of my jeans, through my jeans, through my underwear. So my bare ass is hanging out of my jeans. Now, mind you, this is before cell phones and stuff. So I have no way of contacting my parents. I can't get anybody to come pick me up. So I have to walk home along the main road of my town with my ass hanging out of my jeans to get home. And it's Saturday, so people are out doing stuff, their families driving up and down the road, and every car feels the need to honk at my bare ass as I walk home, carrying my rollerblades, my head hung down in shame, and ass just hanging out for the world to see. That was the one and only time I ever rollerbladed.
That actually sounds like the first time and only time I tried to go skiing, except the ass part didn't happen. but there's a ski resort near where Jesse and I live called Ski Round Top, and I was probably 9 years old at the time, maybe 10 at the most, and never been skiing before in my life. I did the bunny slopes and I had the instructor show me what to do. And they're like, you're doing pretty good. Then I look at one of the biggest hills and go, I'm going to do that. And my mom was like, "Are you kidding me?" And I'm like, "No, it doesn't look that bad. I'm gonna try it. They're saying I'm doing good. I'm gonna go try this." Well, I'm going like up the lift, and halfway up the lift, I'm like, "It can let me off here." No, keep going, keep going. Finally, I get to the very top, and I look down, and everything looks like ants. I'm like, "What the hell did I just do?" And literally 9, 10 years old, I'm like, I don't know how I'm getting down. And the other thing too was the week, no, like a few days before that, we had ice. So there's a fresh layer of snow on top of just a sheet of ice down this hill that I'm trying to get down on. And I get down and I'm trying to go and I let myself go for a little bit. And then I get scared because I'm like, every time I put the poles down, they just fly backwards. So then I just start rolling over to just fall over. Then I look up because I hear somebody go, "Hey, look out." I look and literally a snowboarder flies over my head. And I almost get like my nose gets taken off by the front of the snowboard. And I did that like 3 different times. And then finally, I just took the skis off and walked down. And I had all these people cussing me out the way down. And I remember I was like, "I'm not dumb enough. I'm not going to die here today." And I just keep walking down, but no ass. That would have made it even better though. But yeah, it's like I was embarrassed as hell just because I felt like I could do it and I couldn't. But yeah, the kneeling getting decapitated by a snowboard was just something I did not expect that day. It was crazy. So I don't think anything can top you curb stomping a turd, though. I'm just gonna say that right now. Like that was magical. That was magical. Like you was literally like something from the Odyssey. Like that's what Ulysses was doing, or something.
See, that scene was painting a scene out of like, "Oh brother, where art thou?"
Yeah. I can to this day
it was a turd.
Yeah, I can still feel the shit squishing between my toes. Like it's one of those, like Jesse said about your tongue knowing the feeling of the snake or the castle. Yeah. My toes know the feeling of shit squishing between them. And my toes remember that.
My toes know things that no man should. It's like you tripped in a Lego. Let me tell you what I did one day.
I think Dooch is going to be so proud of
us. Oh my god.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think. I know I have other embarrassing stories. I can't think of anything after those stories. Like, yeah.
Well,
I summoned a donkey across a field once. It's not really embarrassing.
Okay.
We were driving to a friend's house for like a pool party, and we came around this corner out towards Lancaster. So like it's towards Amish County, but we weren't in like the Amish neighborhood or area or farms or whatever. It was just a farm in this little town that had they had a donkey in the field. So we come around the corner. I open the side door of this minivan, and I just go like much louder out the door. And this thing, you just see its head whip, and it just came running over to the side of the fence.
So just first shot, you just nailed it. You just Donkey Kong called that some bitch right up.
I worked on it because at the church I went to, we would do like Easter and Christmas dramas, and they would have like a donkey for when Mary rides the donkey into Bethlehem, or if it was Easter when Jesus is getting, Palm Sunday, rides a donkey or whatever. So like I would hear this thing. I'm like, man, that doesn't sound like, you hear the donkey, you think the like hee haw, but I had never heard a real donkey do it before. And it sounded like a freaking T-Rex to me. It was just like this monstrosity of a sound. And I was like, oh, I can make that noise. And I did. And, I called one across the field.
So if anybody ever says you sound like a jackass, you've had a lot of practice. That's what you're saying.
I mean, yeah.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Good Friday, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes. Honky
So
Whisper.
I can't think of any more off the top of my head right now.
I had one queued up and ready to go, and then one of your stories knocked it out of my brain. So
I
Sorry.
told one I told one to my daughter one night. So there was this one night. It was when my kids were still little. Like my son, he was still a baby, so he wasn't yet a year old. And this was around the holidays that year. So he was probably like 4 months old at the most. So my wife and her mom had to go to Rhode Island because her grandma passed away, as in my wife's grandma passed away. So I'm left with kid duty, and my son notoriously was a hard kid to always fall asleep. And what I loved the most is my wife never ever bothered putting him to sleep. It was always me doing it, because she always knew I'm the night owl, so I can be up late and it didn't matter. And I was always like, really? Like, there are nights I would like to go to bed early. It would be kind of nice, but so I was always on kid duty, always putting him to sleep until he was probably close to 2. So this night I was there by myself. I could not crack the code to get my son to go to sleep. I eventually just we had one of those swings in the living room that was motorized, and I put him in there, and I laid down on the couch just to give myself a break. And I left the Christmas lights on because it was Christmas tree was still up. The Christmas lights were on, and I'm just laying there, and I'm like starting to doze off a little bit. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what it was. There was that feeling of like somebody's watching you. And this is like literally 2 or 3 in the morning. Lights are off, just the Christmas tree lights. So it was kind of dim. And that feeling of being watched starts kicking in. So all of a sudden, I open my eyes, and standing there is a silhouette of somebody next to me. The initial reaction is to punch whatever the hell it is and get the hell out of there. And then it took me like literally 2 seconds before I threw a punch to realize that's my 4-year-old daughter standing there wanting to know what I'm doing. And the first words out of my mouth were, "Oh my God, I just killed you." She's just like, "Why are you still out here?" I'm like, never mind, go back to bed. But that was like, it was embarrassing for me because I was like, oh my God, I almost punched out my daughter in the middle of the night that time. But yeah, thankfully, instead of every horror movie playing out in my head, I was like, no, okay. I know who that little girl is.
What is
but...
that? Is it Dawn of the Dead where the guy wakes
Yeah.
up and he looks over and his like daughter's standing in the doorway and
Yep.
and he's like, "What's wrong?" And then she comes over and just starts
exactly
chewing
it's like,
at him and stuff.
there are way too many horror movies with little kids nowadays that I've seen. I mean, even The Shining and stuff like that, where it's just like, okay, there's something weird about kids, especially at that hour of the night, if you are that tired and
just standing there quiet, not saying anything. Just
she didn't even
there,
touch me. She didn't even, Daddy. It's just there's this silhouette standing there, and I'm like, oh my God,
I'll punch a kid.
Like, kill it with fire. Oh shit, that's not the right person.
I'll punch a kid right in the face.
There we go.
I'll ask questions later. I used to like watch a lot of zombie movies, and I actually I was so, I wouldn't say terrified, but I was prepared for a zombie apocalypse. Like, I had plans on what I would do if there was a zombie apocalypse. Like, I was like, seriously, like, kind of went through something. And my mom at one point said that she was gonna like show up one day before I went to work and just like stand out like behind the garage so that when I opened the door she would be there. And I'm like, I'm running you down. Like, I love my mom to death, but if you're behind my vehicle when I open up that garage, I'm running you down first and then checking to see if you were a zombie. I'm not taking any chances.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I have this thing that I say to my kids now because they're at the age where they can comprehend what I'm trying to say, at least in like a joking way. But I like getting them ready, trying to get them to go anywhere sometimes. And you're like, How do you not know where your shoes are? How do you not know where this is? Hey, and it's like you literally took them off last night. They should be where you left them and all this stuff. And now I got finally to the point where the one day I got so tired of it, I go, you want to know why in every zombie movie a lot of the people are single? Because everybody with kids is going to get eaten alive because the kids make them late for everything. It's just that simple.
Well, plus all the people in the zombie movies, when their kids get bit, then they're like, trying to like feed them as zombies and keep them and stuff. Like, no, soon as you get bit, you're gone.
Yeah.
Like I'm
sorry. It kills me though, and now they go, but we never saw zombie movies. We don't understand what you're saying. I'm like, because zombies go after the slowest people. That's what I'm saying. Like, I gotta get you in your child seats. This is ridiculous.
I'll trip a kid. I don't care. Like, if it's me and you know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, I'm not in great shape. You know what I'm saying?
You're George Costanzaing this?
Yeah.
I'm totally tripping a kid. Absolutely. Like, first of all, like, let's be realistic about it. If it's me and my kid, right, and one of us is going to get eaten, it's better for the kid to get eaten because at least I can probably try to provide something for myself. That kid's going to be dead anyway. If I die, he's going to be dead right behind me. You know what I'm saying? So it's better off, at least if I trip him, like I have a chance, So
not zombie related, but I thought of my other embarrassing story.
Oh, cool. I thought, there was a moment where you just kind of went like that, and I was like, Jesse got it. He got his story back.
It left twice, and I finally got it in my head. So like 20 years ago, I'm going to the movies with my friends, Andy and Courtney, and we're going to go see, what was it? Fun with Dick and Jane. Is that what it was with Jim Carrey and
yeah.
Taya Leone?
Yeah.
And it was just like the only thing out that none of us had seen. So it looked funny. So we went to see it. We walk into this theater. This is in Springfield, Missouri.
You didn't even say hi.
You're on the other side of the state. Walk into the theater, get our seats, and there's like no one else. There's like a guy or like two people like at the very back. We're kind of in the middle, and a couple rows from us walks in this family. It looks like a mom and dad and like a daughter and a boyfriend, or a son and a girlfriend, like whatever the combination was. It was someone with their date and their parents.
That's what I do when I go on dates too. I always bring my parents. So.
Well, it was like around Christmas time. It was like getting close to Christmas, gotcha. But like, it was a holiday something or other, right?
Gotcha.
So, but like, as we're walking in, we see like a bunch of the employees are just kind of like hanging around outside of this theater, and it wasn't like they had just finished cleaning it. Like the pre-show like slideshow was going and everything, and no, it wasn't. It wasn't, and we were like, "What's going on?" And it felt like it was, shows taking forever to start. Finally, like the things start playing, and I don't remember what song it was, but it was something like cheesy 80s 90s like sax solo love ballad song is playing, and like I'm thinking Careless Whisper, but it wasn't Careless Whisper. It was just that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And it's this like dude bro sitting on the beach, right? He's sitting there. I want to say he had like his cap on backwards and his sunglasses, and it's not like a nice professional thing where like the sky is like all lit up in color. I mean, it's like a nice sky, but it's like what you take on your old disposable camera quality,
Gotcha.
Video, right? So he's sitting there, he's got his like leg, his knees up, and he's looking. It's like he's supposed to be like pondering the meaning of life or whatever, and it's just like, what is going on? There's no like quippy things going on. It's like, what is going on in there? It's just this dude sitting on the beach and this song playing, and then he like gets up, and it's like he's being all pensive and walking around. And then he like walks to the side, and the camera like pans down, and I'm just like, boo. As soon as I do that, the camera like pans down, and there's this huge heart drawn in the sand. And it was like, will you marry me? Meanwhile, that couple with the parents, like 2 rows up from us, the guy gets down on his knee and pulls out an engagement ring. And I was like, I like shrunk down as small as I could get in the seat, and my friends, they're like both of them are just going like this, like at me. And
wow.
fortunately,
Oh my
either they didn't hear me or they were so in the moment they didn't care. But I felt about this big, but it's like, come on.
That is worse than waffle stomping in a lake.
Like, why are you proposing at Fun with Dick and Jane, unless your names are Dick and Jane? Like, why are you proposing in the theater on the floor? Why, like I know it was Springfield, Missouri, but like,
gosh,
come
Jesse,
on.
that's so bad.
There was no way it was just like this someone's home video. It's like, why is this on the screen? Like, let's get the show started.
Oh, you ruined their perfect day.
They got engaged at Fun with Dick and Jane. I didn't ruin anything. I added some flavor at best or at worst.
Yeah, they do have a story to tell, I guess, the rest of their lives. So
I mean, and okay, you know, but not as embarrassing. This one's really quick. Friends, when I was living in Chicago area, we what's going on?
Curtis is having fun.
I'm gonna
Sean left and came back, and then I had to put it in the right order so I know where to look.
Friends, they worked for like a TV production for like a small TV production company, and they were gonna go film one of those kind of like reenactment sequences. So they had someone telling a story, and my friend, like his wife was the one producing the show or whatever. So like he and I got like hired to be the actors. So it's about this guy who like stops to get gas and he gets mugged and his car gets stolen because he was like a Marine home. I never saw the whole story. So I was supposed to be the guy attacking him. And this guy's like 6'5". I'm like, come on, like I know I've got some like size to me, but he's like 6 inches taller than me. Like no one's gonna believe this. So we pull up. We're filming this like carjacking, assault / car stealing at a abandoned gas station. Not abandoned, but like no longer in use gas station. We're there about a half hour. You know, I think they were doing some like fake blood on him to show him like getting up and walking away or whatever. And we've done several takes of me like coming up, pushing him down to the ground, like just really over the top bad. Like, because it's like the black and white, like
right.
And then Marcus was assaulted by this, blah blah blah. I got like holes in my jeans and a bandana on or whatever,
looking like a real badass.
I mean, there's nothing about me that says badass, like and
calling the Warriors out to play.
I think I had like a flannel on and the band, whatever, and I looked like I was going to like a 90s grunge concert and was stealing this guy's Prius. Well, apparently my friend's wife, the producer of the show and the company, like they didn't do any of like the permit work ahead of time. Cause all of a sudden, like 5 cop cars come swooping into the parking lot of this gas station. And the cops like get out, they're like behind the door. You can see they're reaching for stuff. And it's like, what is going on here? And apparently people saw this guy getting beat up at the gas station and called the police. I was like, oh, it took forever. And, and then of course, I was afraid because like, I'm the guy beating this guy up.
Yeah, you're the,
and they had just finished putting like bruises and, makeup on him or whatever. And basically we got told off, like she got in trouble for not getting permits, whatever. And it wasn't so much embarrassing as it was borderline terrifying. But that's one of those things that everything was going wrong. Like one of the guys like ran out of gas on the road trying to get there to film, and it was just all these delays to get it. It's one of those stories where like when things go wrong, it makes the story more memorable. And yeah, good times.
Nice. Oh man.
We
Well,
just
hey,
crossed the 4-hour threshold.
we hit. Yeah, I think it's time to say goodbye, and
That's a show.
Yeah.
I think that's a show.
We bared our souls, waffle stomp things,
Think
Mhm.
about
talk some Star Wars,
Ruin some proposals.
ruin some proposals.
hey,
Have
as far as I know, they could be happily married.
In Springfield,
20s.
Missouri.
I mean,
well, at least you know that they're having fun with Dick and Jane now. If they're married, I hope. Well, maybe by now, maybe they're not worried about
Shoot.
that anymore.
I mean, I don't know their life.
We're
All
gonna
I
have
know
to
is
we're gonna have to do another one of these where Dooch just tells us all his embarrassing stories.
Well, I got this haircut once, and I don't know. It just kind of worked for me. We'll just keep.
it's like the Santa Claus. Like, no matter what he does, it always grows back into that same cut.
I got this haircut once, and on the way home from getting a haircut, I got out of a speeding ticket because I thought I was a cop. So I just kept it.
I was only 7 years old. I don't even know why I was driving.
But I had this mustache and these glasses.
Oh man!
All right, folks. Well, Matt's the one that knows the spiel and the shenaniganry of how to say all the words correctly. I don't. I'm just here to have fun. So
We'll see you next Friday.
Yep.
When we again go off-world.
Off-world. Oh, I guess I'm gonna hit the end broadcast button. Bye.